The Game is Red University. Author Tremichael Poole. Published by That's TNT Productions. Intro. Knock knock. Who's there? A sale here, a play there, now money everywhere. When millions of dollars are involved, you can almost be certain there are things happening behind the scenes to ensure certain results. Hello, my name is Tremario Tony, but everybody calls me T-Mac. Money, cars, clothes, and hoes. For a while, I've pondered about sharing these vivid tales of a young college student. Well, actually, there was a reason for my wait. The statute of limitations expired. I guess those college classes did teach me something. Ironically, I believe I learned more outside of the classroom than in. This is a true story, allegedly. My story. Therefore, I am not a criminal and I don't commit crimes. Before I was a full-fledged hustler, I was a survivor. As the late great Bruce Lee once said, be like water. Water can be loud or quiet. It can move fast or be still. It can feel hard or soft. If you put water in a cup, it will form the shape of its container. If you let it flow, it will flow smoothly. Water can heal. Water can kill. Whatever it has to be in that moment, it will be. You will be intrigued by the story's end, so let me fill you in from the beginning. Chapter 1. The start of a new life. Growing up surrounded by drugs and violence, it's easy to fall victim to circumstances. Brawls, shootouts, and crackheads are just some things you will see on an average day. If you come from a place like I do, you know the one thing everybody once dreamed of, making it out. For some, they gave up on this, or it was cut short due to an untimely demise. For the lucky few that did, the most common ways were rap and sports. Yeah, I did my thing hooping on the court, but school was my way out. I was a gifted child when it came to knowledge. This led me being accepted into an illustrious Ivy League HBCU. Even after being accepted, I had decided I would commit to a lesser known, closer to home college. The HBCU, however, was a partner school to my charter school I was attending. This meant that every year this school saved admission spots for incoming students from this charter school. A pipeline was created with this system that I will make sense of later. This school was looking forward to my enrollment so much I got a fully paid visit to come check out their campus. I was then taken on a visit to the HBCU. During the trip, I met this beautiful woman. She was around 5'4" in height with short, brownish blonde curls. She was eating a cup of vanilla ice cream as I stared at her, trying not to look provocative. She looked at me and said, "You should definitely come here." I then knew this is where I wanted to start my new journey. Everything happens for a reason, and God works in mysterious ways. I think we all have heard the quote before. You can take them out the hood, but you can't take the hood out of them. It was now early August, and the day had finally come. I didn't sleep the entire night just looking at my packed luggage. It was now time for me to depart for Louisiana. Everything was perfect. I had just gotten my first tattoos hours before I left my hometown. I had been socializing with a lot of my future classmates through social media and group chats throughout the summer. Quite a few of my family members came along. Now, the only thing I had to do was make it there, and I would essentially be free. Once I arrived, I was introduced to a very tropical Louisiana weather. There was a flood so bad I could roll down the car window and touch the water. Quite the introduction, but my mood was still ecstatic nonetheless. My family and I checked into our hotel, and I should say they got some rest, as tomorrow I was officially moving in. The next day came, and it was showtime. I specifically chose a white beater tank top as the appropriate way to make my bachelor entrance. It would help enhance the visual of my new bicep tattoos as well as complement my shiny new earrings. We loaded the truck and headed to campus. Once I arrived, I was told I had to enter a huge white building to check in. The check-in was broken down into stations to verify if students were cleared to enroll. I had to be cleared medically, academically, and financially. I had no worries as my college advisor had already assured me I would be taken care of. As I made my way through, I arrived in paradise at the last station. I opened the door and beheld to my eyes at least 10 gorgeous women of all skin tones and hairstyles. As I looked around at them, some began to whisper and admire me. I said to myself as I exited the room, "Yeah, T-Mac, I think we will enjoy this." Things got even smoother. Instead of having a random roommate, my roommate was a guy I had known since we were 11. We were even best friends once upon a time. His name was Kelly. As Kelly and I got settled in, our parents departed and we were free. At the time I began college, I was still 17 years old. I had an idea of what to do with our newborn freedom. I sent a text to one of the girls I had been messaging over the summer named Morg. Morg was a natural beauty from Chicago. She says she is looking for adventure too, along with her roommate. I looked up at Kelly with a sinister smile and told him we got a mission. We then met the two ladies at the campus recreational gym. Somehow, some way, I end up in her room and my roommate is in ours with her roommate. The next morning, when everybody returned to our respective beds, reality set in. This was literally my first night as a college student. The first one with many more to go. I looked at Kelly and he expressed the same gratitude. "It's like I never felt so alive," he said. Kelly was from a different neighborhood as me, but a very similar environment. We then vowed right there to enjoy this college journey and experience. We were going to ride together until the end. The first 2 weeks of college may be the greatest natural high I have ever experienced. I was in a fresh new environment with a sense of weight lifted off my shoulders. Growing up, I had to always be on my pivot in case anything happened. At that moment in time, if I felt the first sense of peace, I quickly gained the reputation of a ladies' man. I was a tall, handsome guy with a silver tongue. A girl asked me literally 2 weeks into the school year, "Is this true that you have like 20 bodies?" I was blown away by this, as I may have interacted with 20 ladies so far, but having sex with that many women in less than 14 days is diabolical. I was not the kiss and tell type, so people would see me with girls and just assume. This rumor was pretty flattering considering people saw me as a top bachelor, if not the top bachelor, but damn. I became popular amongst the guys too from my basketball skills. This led to the forming of my first friend group, a group of all males known as the Splash Bros. The group consisted of me, my roommate Kelly, Kevin, Ray, Jordan, and Saint. Our goal was to enjoy the beautiful women presented to us with no limitations. People began to gravitate towards my sense of humor and good-spirited charisma. I was open to embracing new cultures and people. So many different people from so many different places with so much to share. At a point in time, it felt as if I was having an identity crisis. Growing up in certain places, people can put limitations on you. In certain environments, conformity can be a necessity to survival. I had began to learn new things, hear new music that would be shunned in the hood. A lot of different aspects of culture that I would share on video calls with buddies back home. My buddies back home then began telling me how I was changing. As the man I am today, I know change and growth is necessary for further development. But at the time, 17-year-old T-Mac didn't know any better. Some things are in you not on you. My hood tendencies would slip out on occasion, but even some people on campus were questioning if I was really from the hood sometimes. The thing is, unlike a lot of my classmates, I didn't go to college to be a gangster. I went to college to be a student. Chapter 2. Too Good to Be True. I took a pretty naive approach to college. I was adjusting to my new environment, so much to the point I believed everyone was just like me. I had yet to fully grasp that besides different majors, people go to college for various reasons that have nothing to do with the classroom. I met a guy named Kevin who would become a close friend. Kevin was a local dude from the area starting his college journey as well. The problem is Kevin couldn't afford to stay on campus. His girlfriend at the time did, so he would stay in her room. Crazily, one day the Splash Bros were walking to my room to hang out. We arrived at my door to see that Kevin's girl had put his belongings at my doorstep. All you hear was the Splash Bros singing, to the left, everything you own in a box to the left. This was funny to us at first, then I felt Kevin's energy shift to worry. This caused Kevin to not know if he would be able to continue his education at all. Now, where I come from, I watched my mother let several of my friends and my siblings' friends stay with us for weeks, if not months at a time if needed. Therefore, Kelly and I offered Kevin a place to crash in our dorm. It was no problem helping someone else continue to strive for greatness. Life was good. I had a new group of friends, but I became relatively close with a guy named Saint from DC. I had been on a natural high since my arrival to campus, but on my 18th birthday, it was time to get high. The setting was perfect that day. I had my friends and chicks all celebrating with me. Smoking weed was a thing I did quite a few times with my friends back home. My first time testing my virgin lungs was at the age 9. Saint and I grew close due to our mutual love for cannabis. The Splash Bros either didn't smoke at all, or it was an extremely rare occasion if they indulged. Me and Saint, on the other hand, had stoner habits. It felt like he was one of the homies from my hometown. Then suddenly, 1 plus 1 started to equal 3. Saint would tell me stories from his hood growing up, and I would notice something wasn't right, because certain things don't happen in the hood. They simply just don't. I didn't grow up with these people, so how could I know if they fabricated their background? The better question would be, why would they? I truly didn't realize this was possible until Thanksgiving break. Saint posted a Snapchat video of him in a 3-story home. He then shows all of his childhood friends' wealth and prestige. This video was also noticed by a mutual friend of ours. After several months, Saint eventually came clean. He indeed comes from a good place and a good home. That was one of the first lessons outside of the classroom. People are pretenders. If you can't trust a person to be themselves, how can you trust them around you? The first lesson I learned after attending my classes was that you had to pay for everything in college, not just tuition. I was a biology and chemistry major, which meant I had to purchase things like lab coats, goggles, and many other things. I really couldn't afford these extra expenses, so I would borrow someone else's if needed. For almost every class, there was a textbook required, and these textbooks were pretty expensive. Nobody told me this stuff. It felt like you had to pay just to breathe in college. I called home and told my mother about these things I had to purchase, and she told me that she had me. My mother was working 2 jobs before I left for school and always made the impossible happen. She told me to just focus on the schoolwork and enjoy myself. We were able to check our grades anytime we wanted online. Around the time that my midterm grades dropped, I checked my grades earlier that day and they were smooth. I checked them after the grades dropped and I had an F in my general biology class. This confused me because I did well on all assignments and I attended every class. I went to my teacher's office to see if this was an error. She was an Indian woman with a very strong accent. She then told me I had completed no homework assignments the entire semester. I immediately rejected this statement because I completed all of my work assigned to me from every class. I even would work ahead to do assignments before the due date just so I can enjoy as much time as possible outside of the class. She then told me that in the syllabus it spoke of a website that we had to go for more assignments. This was completely different from the school website used for normal assignments. This threw me for a complete loop because, She then showed me the website and it had tons of assignments with due dates that would lock the assignment if it wasn't completed on time. This had me stuck as it was all news to me. I had missed several assignments that I had no idea I was assigned. She thought I was just a reckless student who didn't care, but she saw the look on my face that this was my first time hearing of these assignments. She never mentioned them during class. She then told me that there was a chance I could pass the class if I started doing the assignments now. I instantly went to the library to use the computers. Once I clicked the link to the website with the assignments, it told me I had to pay to access them. What? You mean to tell me I have to pay to do my homework? People always said college was a scam, and this felt very scammy. Nevertheless, I knew I had to get my grade up. I called my mother again and told her of the new knowledge that I had to buy access codes to do my homework. She didn't go to college, so it was a shock to her just like it did me. Once I got the website paid for, I would complete every assignment due for the rest of the semester at that very moment. During my freshman year, I was living a life that was the true definition of you only live once. As the semester gained momentum, our Splash Bros group were still homies, but due to extracurricular activities like sports, we were not able to collectively hang out as much. In the midst of this downtime, another group was forming in my life. Remember that girl Morg from my first night? Well, we had somehow become linked in the same friend circle. Well, not somehow actually. Saint had been trying to swindle a girl named Gloria. Gloria and Morg had become friends. One night, Morg texted me to come chill in her friend's room with some people. I was smoking with Saint at the time and told him I had to handle something. He said the same and then exited. Before I could leave my room, I got the munchies. I remember I had ordered a large cookie the size of a pie from a restaurant nearby. I grabbed it as I left thinking about how I'm about to enjoy it. I could taste the chocolate chip before I even got to eat it. As I'm about to enter the suite, I see Saint hit the corner walking toward me. We stepped out for a minute and laughed, proudly joking about how we both ended up there unknowingly. We entered a room that had quite a few characters of about 5 people. We mingled for a short time, but once we realized we weren't getting any action tonight, we went back to my room to get higher. After the smoke session, Saint went to his room to go lay down. I looked at Kelly and said, I forgot my damn cookie. We had to go retrieve it. Kelly and I went back to Gloria's room to find they were all still there. I scanned the room, then asked, wait, what happened to my cookie? Gloria says, you ate it. Everyone in the room started to confirm this. This took me from being high to astronomical because I know I didn't even get a bite of my cookie. I started questioning myself, getting paranoid. Am I that high? I forgot I ate it? What did I smoke? Did I get laced? I began to debate back that I did not eat the cookie. It's kind of hard when a room full of people are telling you that you are too high right now. You ate your own cookie. You didn't leave it. They kept laughing at my state of confusion. I eventually gave in and accepted the cookie was gone. I believed this for months until Jew told me randomly they had all shared the cookie when I left. This hysterical experience led to something bigger forming. We began to call ourselves the Crazy Eights. There were 4 boys and 4 girls. We considered each other sort of a family away from home. As a freshman, everything and everyone is so full of life in the beginning. You discuss your dreams with your peers and why you are there. Everyone in the group was cool with each other, but I began to build a brother-sister bond with a girl named Jew from Baton Rouge. Jew was a cool girl with plenty of street smarts. The future looked gleamingly bright as we all had visions of graduating together. Friends to the end. As the semester went on, things started to change. You can't control nature. Life always finds a way. By that I mean to say, you put 2 genders together after a while, mating hormones will begin to shower the air. The group tended to meet in a suite where members Shay and Rye lived. Mostly we drifted into the girl named Rye's room. Sometimes these meetups would be mini parties and kickbacks full of alcohol, weed, and lust. In these moments, I was just enjoying myself and having fun. I didn't realize what I was observing would sharpen my skill set in the drug game. You see, Rye was a local from the area. During these kickbacks, she would invite different native guys or guys every time. Now, what she does with her private parts is her business, but her choice in guys was very sketchy. When she used to bring these individuals, I would tend to revert back into my hood instincts of survival. I would usually be laid back watching and listening. I had done this enough to the point I picked up on the slangs and mannerisms of Louisiana street guys. These guys would talk about things carelessly and freely as they thought we were a bunch of gullible college kids. I gained a lot of knowledge about how to move in my newfound territory. I learned that playing dumb is one of the smartest things you can do. Morg and our friendship began to develop into something deeper. We would wander off from the group for hours at a time just talking and laughing. Morg and I had a couple of biology classes together, so we would even start sitting together in class. We bonded very deeply in a very short time frame. It was until the day before our first holiday break we became sexually intimate again. This led to feelings on both sides growing at an exponential rate. Once other parties of the group found out, the girls gave a surprising reaction, mainly my play sister, Jew. Jew had told me Morg had spoken very ill of my name and had 100 reasons why she would not have anything to do with me. I was confused as this girl was head over heels for me in private. I was also then warned by Jew. Morg had 100 reasons of no to dealing with me, but she had a long list of guys that she wanted to sleep with. I acted as if this didn't bother me to uphold my player image, so I just said okay. Less than 24 hours later, I was in Morg's bed again. This time, she was showing a video on her phone and decided to take a shower. I continued to watch the video as she showered. Suddenly, a text pops up from one of our male classmates. I had no choice but to click the message as it contained my name. Apparently, during one of the Crazy 8 sleepovers, he saw Morg sleeping in my bed. I began to be curious enough to read their text thread. At that moment, I felt some type of way, but then I realized something. You can be the guy texting her, or you can be the guy waiting for her to get out the shower. She got out the shower and I kept it cool with no mention of the text I just read. I then proceeded to take out my frustrations through intercourse. Morg and I grew more and more intimate more often. The day came when all the students were to leave campus for Christmas break. I rode on a trip to drop Morg at the airport. Cue the sad music. It was like the Titanic water scene. I hugged her and it was hard for us to let it go. We both tried to keep it player, but before I even made it at the airport, we were texting each other emojis. The break began with me and Morg FaceTiming all the time with true love conversations. Then one day I called and something was off. Morg's energy was completely different. She showed no emotion of worry as she casually said, "My period is late." I then gulped and sat in silence with deep thought. The next few days were rocky until Bloody Mary finally arrived. Thank you, God. Morg's attitude was then lifted in energy, and so was I. We continued our Christmas break smoothly. Happy New Year. It is now January. It's time for the second semester. I couldn't wait to reunite with the Crazy Eight. Before I reunited with the whole group, my first thing I had to do was go see Morg individually. As soon as I arrived on campus, I FaceTimed her and was greeted with an awkward facial expression. The rest of the Crazy Eight were coming back the next day. Morg arrived a day early and so did I. Only I wanted to make my arrival a surprise. I told Morg I was about to come to her room. To my surprise, she said, "No, you are not." I was utterly confused. Is this the same girl from the airport and had been missing me all break? I didn't fully take it to heart because we toy with each other sometimes. I brushed it off and began walking to her dorm while she was still on FaceTime. I get there and begin to knock on the door as she sits there nervously looking at the camera. I ask, "So you are not going to open the door?" She is just staring at the camera and eventually hangs up. I am flabbergasted at this point. I was in denial. I slowly turn around and head back to my dorm. It was a cold night that night, and I definitely felt the breeze. I began self-medicating with some herbs I brought back from home. The game is the game, I told myself. The next day, the Crazy Eight returns. The gang's all here, and the band was back together again. Now, the vibe is different. There was tension in the air and elephants in the room. Apparently, there were differences going on between all the lovebirds in the group. This led to a family meeting being called. During the family meeting, emotions ran high and love bickers spread it like wildfire. Morg and I decided to go speak privately in her room. Immediately, I could spot the difference in her attitude. As I laid in her bed, she wouldn't even sit close to me. She stayed seated at the edge of her own bed. I then began to question her about her actions. She acted as if nothing was wrong. I tried to intimately touch her as she eased away. She announced that she would begin to practice celibacy. This was a curveball to me because she was always down whenever and wherever. Even in a room 10 by 10 feet with 5 people in it, we still did our thing secretively. She continued by saying she doesn't want us to continue our situation at all. She then followed up a few moments later asking me, "So what are you about to do?" This was her polite way of telling me to leave. I was blown away. All of this happened in less than a week. What happened? I thought to myself. Despite our differences going on between us two, the Crazy Eight was still hanging out together. A few nights later, me and 3 of the girls from the group, including Morg, were walking behind her dorm building. Out of the blue, an all-black Mustang pulled up with pitch black tinted windows and dark rims. This car looked like it could be the Batmobile. Then the guy pops out and calls Morg by her name. Juice says to Morg, "You know him?" Morg replies yes as she uneasily walks towards the car. The guy gets out, leaving the driver door open, and hugs her. They begin to speak in whispers to each other while things are getting awkward where I'm standing. The other two girls are looking at me knowing about the current state of Morg and I. Morg then proceeds to tell us she is about to go with him. She spoke in a nervous tone and was deliberately avoiding eye contact with me. At this point of time, I felt an array of emotions. I felt embarrassment, I was hurt, confused, and somewhat relieved. Morg had given me a reminder and taught me quite a few things I would need for the future. Although I came from a humble background with little financial wealth, I was always looking out for people close to me. A natural born leader, yet I was a true broke college student. My situation wasn't the worst, but it was far from the best. Morg showed me this kind of character trait is good to have, but a lot of women like shiny things. I quickly learned the playing field of life was not even. Even though I had no trouble getting the ladies as a poor kid, there were guys that came from wealthy families. These guys had a lot of materialistic things and resources I didn't have. Morg had reminded me of the bachelor player I had become. I was falling too deeply for a girl I shared the bed with the same night I met her in person. All the signs that something like this eventually would happen were there. I was too caught up in my ego to accept that fate. I had become like the guy who was texting her when I was in her bed. I just chalked it up and charged it to the game. Funny how things change, but I could see now it happens to the best of us. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. I thought this would cement that lesson into my brain, but the heart wants what it wants. Till this day, it is what it is, and it was what it was. No one wins when the family feuds. As freshman year began to wind down, the crazy eight slowly faded away due to various reasons that contained many lessons critical to my development. The breakdown of the group didn't happen overnight. Members began to drop one by one, sometimes two by two. I spoke about the lesson Rye had taught me bringing all those random guys around. It turned out there was a deeper lesson with the same situation. When we would meet in Rye's room, Rye would overtalk others often. If someone was doing something, she would ease her way into the spotlight. This became clear to me and Jew as we had built a telepathic communication style. We would look at each other as we noticed Rye's behavior. This was until it became rather annoying than funny. That is when the whole group began to notice. Rye was an attention seeker and would do anything to get it. By observing Rye once again, I was able to foreshadow my future dealings with people. This caused more of the gatherings to be held in my room. As this happened, Rye was being less invited. It just became a point there was no more associating with Rye. There was no bad blood or major incident. Things just happened that way. The next to fall from the group was Kelly. Even though Kelly and I had been friends since age 11, there is a saying that goes, you never really know someone until you live with them. One day after eating in the cafeteria, me and Jew decided it was nap time. I don't mean nap together in the same bed. Since my splash bro Kevin was staying with us, we found an extra mattress from an empty dorm. He kept the mattress under Kelly's bed since we had bed frames that rose 4 feet off the ground. The thing about Kelly is the ladies found him attractive. You would think Kelly was like me with the ladies, but I guess you can say our first night in college was a fluke. Jew had chosen to not slide the mattress from under the bed and chose to lay under Kelly's bed to form a bunker. The nap we took that day was truly glamorous. Me and Jew had awoken almost simultaneously. We began sharing with each other how good our naps were. Then in comes Kelly, Kevin, Morg, and Shay. Once they walked, we realized we had slept after lunch and all the way past dinner time in the caf. Out of the blue, here comes the boom. Kelly says randomly, Yeah, I came in while y'all was asleep. I was about to wake you up to tell y'all to come on, but I just laid next to her and took a little nap with her. The room was then filled with a very loud silence. A silence so loud you could feel it. It was finally broken when I blurted out, "Man, what did you just say?" I could see the uncomfort and confusion on Jude's face. The thing is, as a group, we would have sleepovers all the time. People would mix spots and sleep in the bed with different people. The inside joke between the guys in the group of the Crazy Eight was that I was the only one getting action. Although the ladies didn't find Kelly ugly, Kelly was certain ways and mannerisms that repelled them. This is why this time around it was not a good look. I asked him a question hoping I got an answer that would give me the benefit of the doubt. Why would you skip over your own bed to take a nap under your bed on a mattress on the floor? The answer he gave was dismissive and standoffish. Before I could catch myself, I snapped. I began speaking and yelling firmly at him. I have always been a man of principle and morals. I am very heavy on consent. My protective instincts kicked in and I felt the need to protect my sister. I berated Kelly viciously about who knows what he was doing to her in her sleep. What was he doing that he got so distracted to wake us up to go eat, but he still managed to make it to dinner time? Everyone stared at me as I watched fear begin to form on their faces. They have may seen me get upset, but not like this. This incident put a huge dent in the Crazy Eight. For a period of time, I couldn't even stand the sight of Kelly. Why would he do whatever he may have or have not done? It just was too weird. The members of the Crazy Eight were hesitant to visit my room afterwards, so I needed to find a solution. Kelly was still my roommate, and it was far too late to switch it, so I got the bright idea to form a sanctuary. I hung a set of sheets around my bed area that hung low enough to cover my bed. I called it the man cave. It was like a private room inside my room. Kelly began to hang with new guys and bring them around, but I just kept it cordial because we shared the living space. The damage had been done. She was already pretty much gone from the group, but Morg made it official with these new actions. Although we stopped messing around, we hung with the group, and not just the two of us. Morg's appearances with the group started to become less frequent. The time she would appear, she would be abnormally covered up. It seems one day she had forgotten to cover up and her neck was exposed containing a sea of hickeys. I started thinking to myself, what happened to the celibacy thing? Keep in mind that the fallouts I have just mentioned all happened within the first few weeks of the second semester. More thoughts began to pour into my brain. We had classes together as well. She would be absent very often, and when she did come, she would act like I was a complete stranger. I guess she was trying to hide her hoish ways. I knew she was a real hoe at this point, but the magnitude of it was randomly brought to my attention at the caf. I was sitting at a table with a group of about 10 dudes when she walked past. I paid it no mind, but I looked up when I heard one guy explaining how he screwed her. This wasn't the guy who picked her up that night either. All of a sudden, multiple guys are saying, I did too. This was breaking news to all of us as the I did twos kept pouring in. It got to the point a guy pulled out paper and pen to keep track. It seemed like she was trying to break a record. Guys walking by overheard the conversation and confirmed they had her too. The list was around 15 names, and we had yet to finish the semester. Morg had been a very busy girl. God worked in mysterious ways. I dodged a bullet. Hoes are gonna be hoes regardless. So again, it was what it was with her. The straw that broke the camel's back was her reunited friendship with Shay's roommate, Gloria. Gloria was kind of good looking. She had shown me a side of ladies I had never seen before. Gloria's side of her room was very disgustingly filthy. Her room could have made the show Hoarders. We went to visit Shay one time while Gloria wasn't around. There was a smell so bad my nose started to twitch. It got to the point we had to find the source. We were in utter disbelief to find the smell coming from her mini fridge. Jew decided to open it and I almost vomited. There had to be sewage in there. This could not be where she puts her food. The smell was so foul it can be called evil. Morg witnessed this and for whatever reason stopped associating with Gloria. She will be quick to bring up Gloria's trifling ways with the Crazy Eight. Thus, one day, Jew shows me a Snapchat video with Morg and Gloria claiming to be the best of friends. It was surprising after hearing the vile things said about this person. Morg showed me she is not just a promiscuous woman, she's a bad person. That's when Jew hit me with the line I still use to this day. You are not an exception. If they will do it to them, they will do it to you. I said, damn, Jew, that's so gangster, but it's true. Morg was now removed from the Crazy Eight. In my grade school curriculum, we were required to read a book called Of Mice and Men. If you are familiar with this book, Kevin was very similar to Lenny by being big in stature, but not that intelligent. A Patrick from SpongeBob, you can add. The thing is, Kevin could talk a lot as if he were saying facts, but most times left us trying not to laugh at him or make him feel incompetent. To be brutally honest, I questioned how we were both students of this Ivy League HBCU. I found out later though, I'm not the smartest in the world, but Kevin could probably hear echoes in his head. I never tried to make him feel bad because his intentions were pure. Allowing Kevin to stay in our dorm didn't make him a leech. Remember how I told you I always take care of my people? A lot of the care there was for my roommate Kelly. What was mine was theirs, from food, TV, hygiene products, whatever they needed. By Kevin not staying on campus officially, he was going to be granted a very large refund check. A refund check is the amount left after your finances have been covered with the institution. Kevin would make promises to contribute things to the dorm when he could. Kevin fulfilled those promises. Kelly, on the other hand, we will dig deeper into that later. After receiving a nice amount of money, Kevin invested into a PlayStation gaming system. This wasn't a problem until Jew noticed a pattern she thought I should notice. She told me literally every time she came by, he would be playing the game. Although the Crazy Eight were falling apart, me and Jew were tighter than before. She kept it real, and that's high on my morals list. I took a step back from my fantasy land of college in my head for a moment to tap into reality. I began to watch Kevin's patterns. He would literally just play the game in my room all day instead of going to class. This was a no-no. I had a lot of fun, but Jew and I held each other accountable for going to class. Sometimes our entire group would miss their classes to sleep in from a sleepover. When it came to me and Jew, we made sure to be present. That's why we are here. This lifestyle is just extra. I then had a private conversation with him about this. I was directly upfront about my displeasure of him doing this in my dorm when he can go home if he wants to play his game all day. He caught my drift and took it like a man to the gym. He later claimed he had an aunt that stayed very close by. He would be moving with her for the rest of the year. We didn't fall out, but the drift apart was noticeable. You have to keep it real with your homies no matter what. Tough and uncomfortable conversations have to be had sometimes. Ever heard the saying, two birds, one stone? I'll say this quote resonates with Shay and Saint. Shay was from a very small Louisiana town, Donaldsonville, about an hour or two away. The thing about Shay is she was forced to come to college. Shay was very skilled in the trade of cosmetology. She didn't see herself in college, but she could see herself as a beautician. Her parents did not feel this way though. She told us the day of enrollment she came home to her truck loaded with her belongings. Her parents had packed for her, giving her no choice but to give it a shot. You see, Shay was in the same age range as us, but she was doing things that were too grown for us in our late teens. By this I mean Shay would disappear from the group with her own person. Shay would get up no matter what time and drive to see a man in his early 30s. Shay mentioned this man having a good stable life, but she didn't love him. She loved the money he spent on her. The thing is, this guy had no clue she was screwing Saint too. Saint had no idea of the older guy. Even though Saint was a part of the original Crazy Eight, he was the least sane member after we found out he lied about his background. Things got very intense when Shay confided to Jew and I that she was pregnant. Wow, that was not expected by either of us. Then she mentions the father could be either Saint or the older guy. Wow again. She believes the baby is for Saint. Shay had brought the Maury show to college. This was a lot to take in as 18-year-olds. After this conversation, Shay had become very intense with her attitude. She would start to project on us her emotional distress and anger at her situation. One of the days she was in a cool mood, so Jew and Shay decided to come chill in my room. I opened the door shirtless, but I had no intentions of seducing anyone. Besides Morg, I always saw the Crazy Eight as family, so they weren't considered guests in my room, meaning I could be comfortable in my space. I also had gained a freshman 15 of muscle instead of fat, so I wasn't ashamed to show off my body transformation. As they are about to enter, we see Saint coming out of the room next door. Everyone spoke and went about. While we are chilling, Saint texts Shay to meet him in the hall to talk. When Shay returns, she expressed something that gave me an even deeper look into who Saint really was. Shay then tells me and Jew that Saint was highly upset that she was in my room while my shirt was off. Damn, how insecure and cowardly. When we just saw him in the hall a few moments ago, it was all smiles. From the reputation and firsthand witnessing, he knew I could have any girl I truly wanted. He was intimidated by my charisma. Along with the conversations like this becoming more frequent about Saint's bitch-made ways, Shay's attitude got worse. This led to a conversation between me and Jew that we would have to distance ourselves from them. Jew made a compelling argument that we are literally 18-year-old college freshmen. That kind of stuff is not an issue we should have to deal with from our friends. We both understood real life issues happen to everyone from our past lives at home. Around this though, we were too young and just wanted to keep enjoying our newfound college life. In a matter of 3 months, who would have known that the Crazy Eight would become two of just me and Jew? Damn. We went from lunch tables full and sleepovers 8 deep to just 2 of us. Things were immensely different now. How everybody had an incident or flaws that caused the separation. Jew and I literally just stopped associating. Yes, I mean that wholeheartedly. It was an awkward thing because we didn't have a goodbye conversation or anything. Life just happened like that. The last few things I remember discussing with you were her plans to transfer next year. Her family was moving out of Louisiana, so she would go to school closer to them. It was like she just vanished. If it was a movie scene, it would have been like her walking into the distant sunset and disappearing into thin air. Damn, Jew. I caught myself one day just staring in my dorm room, looking at the places where the crazy eight members usually would be. But I was alone in the room now. Memories on top of memories of the good times started to pile in. It was now March with a little less than 2 months left in the semester. I began to stare in the mirror over my sink, lost in a deep thought. Suddenly, Kelly walks in the room with a friend of his. A guy named Joe had introduced himself to me. The tension had begun to die down between me and Kelly since the Jew incident, so a conversation was sparked this day. Once the conversation started, I noticed Joe's interest in me. Not a homosexual way, but he was just very curious and intrigued by my perspective. My reputation usually preceded me, and he had a lot of questions. Joe was like Kelly when it came to women. I took him under my wing at that point because he yearned for my guidance and wisdom. I decided to let the issues with Kelly go. I remembered that conversation we had about enjoying the college experience to the fullest. It was time for us to continue things in that same fashion. Chapter 3. You only live once. Spring was officially upon us. The weather was great, so the campus yard was filled with people ready to mingle. The chaotic energy and drama had been transformed into a bachelor's paradise again. It was now time for our school's annual event called Spring Fest. Spring Fest was basically a homecoming part 2. There was a list of events every day for an entire week. I was never a big drinker, but remember, I was 18 in college. You only live once was the mind frame. It was time for the games to begin. Around this time, I got introduced to my first business at school. A group of girls needed a cigar to roll their weed in. I had only one cigar left. When a girl offered to pay me $1 for it, the cigars I used at the time came 2 for $1 each pack. That's when it hit me. I found a problem that needed a solution. The stores around the campus were about a mile walk to get cigars. Factor in this, with most of the students didn't have cars, and even if they did, it was still more convenient to come to my dorm instead of a trip to the store. Instead of looking at it as if I'm only making $1 from each pack, I look at the percent profited. I will be making 100% profit off each pack. I then found a brand that sold 3 to 5 cigars per pack. The demand was so constant as people are always smoking in college. I made thousands of dollars from selling cigars for $1. In the beginning, there was no competition because the thought was so innovative. Once others began to copy my business, I knew I had done something right. In my head, I was still not indulging in bad activities. I was taking less risk for less reward, but it kept me afloat and still focused. So as the week began, so did the fun. Joe did not stay on campus as he was a commuter student. I was awoken to extremely loud music. Joe had brought a surround sound studio type speaker to my room. As I open my eyes startled, I see Kelly and Joe dancing around my bed, saying, "Let's go, big fella. Ain't no sleep this week." Something like this usually pissed me off, but they were right. I jumped up feeling like the man. We all began dancing and flat out having a mini party, just the three of us. Suddenly, our room doors opened by an uninvited guest. This guy named Bolton had heard the music from down the hall. Bolton was one of the guys who loved to be the center of attention in everyone's face. He was a very loud and obnoxious person. The thing about Bolton was Kelly and I had had differences with him because of degrading words he used to talk to people. He tried it with us, but where we were from, people died for less. It didn't turn into a physical altercation, but there was a verbal one that led to him saying he was just playing. When he entered the room, the three of us stopped for a second and just looked at him. We were in such a good vibe and spirit, we literally just resumed dancing as he joined. Maybe Bolton wasn't so bad after all, we thought, but time always shows everything. My first Spring Fest was going fantastic. Even though there were events all day and parties every night, class was still in effect. I had African Studies with Bolton. Now in this particular class, a young lady had caught my attention. Well, I shall say two young ladies. They were volleyball players, best friends from Texas. They were completely opposite in looks, but both were good looking. One named Trish was a 6-foot caramel skinned baddie and extremely blessed in the buttocks. The other one was named Key. Key was a light skin and was about 5'1" in height. She also had an amazing body shape as well. Bolton had become friends with these two girls, and we all sat on the same row in class. As crazy as it sounds, we were in the beginning of April, and I had just noticed these two. There was such an abundance of women at my disposal, it was hard to focus on any of them. Besides that, I didn't know whether to pursue Trish or Key. That all changed one day when Trish and I locked eyes. It wasn't love at first sight, but it was some. She began blushing and looked away, as I am now aware of how intense my gaze can be. I played it smooth, but I knew I had to have her. By that night, I was chilling in my room with Kelly and Joe again. I got an unexpected Snapchat notification. It stated, "Trish has added you as a friend. Do you accept?" Hell yeah, I thought to myself. I became physically excited and jumped off my bed, head held high. Kelly asked what was up. I showed him the notification, and he almost was more excited than me. He apparently had noticed her long before I did. I officially had a new crush. The next morning, I had an 8 a.m. Spanish class. I arrived at the class only to see it empty. Our Spanish teacher had a tendency to just not show up without warning. Once I came to the realization of no class today, I made a Snapchat video expressing my thoughts about the situation in a humorous way. Not even 10 minutes after I posted, I got a notification saying a private message from Trish. My heart was pounding and my face was smiling. She had commented about laughing emojis and told me I was funny. I didn't want to overdo it, so I just had a casual conversation that ended with a thank you. That night was a campus pool party event. Everybody was gonna be there. Even people from other colleges was coming. Usually at pool parties, everybody tries to stand around and look cool. That wasn't gonna happen with me and Kelly. Pools had a different meaning to us. In Memphis, there is a form of sport called slicing. Slicing is basically doing exotic dives into a body of water. Kelly and I didn't realize once we started doing this, others would follow suit, to the point there was now at least 20 of us slicing back to back. We were having an amazing time. Kelly, Joe, and I had become fatigued and headed back to our dorm to dry off. After quick showers, we were still in the party mood. We wondered, was the pool party still active? I got the bold idea to private message Trish and ask her. I did not expect the message that came back. Yes, Daddy. My jaw dropped as Kelly and Joe were asking what happened. I showed them my phone and they had the same reaction. It was a movie. I don't think I ever returned anywhere as fast as I did to that pool party. Once I got there, I was looking for one person. That person was Trish. I found and put my smoothness on full display and got her phone number. Honestly, I was ready to go after that. My mission was accomplished. My crush was about to be mine. The rest of Spring Fest week was filled with basically alcohol, weed, women, and parties. My freshman year was a month away from ending. During this time, I began to get to know Trish better. I invited her to my room to talk more, as I have always felt it's a better way to connect than technology. She came over and we built a connection mentally. We did this a few times after that, with only the physical part being a few hugs. That was until one night I invited her to watch a movie. During this time of the movie, she had started to lay on my chest while we laid in bed. I had told Kelly I needed privacy in the room for a little while. He had texted he needed to get something from his desk. In the midst of me responding to him that it was cool, I don't know what happened, but she looked up at me and we just started kissing. I usually didn't kiss the women I dealt with. I would have casual sex with them, but I saw kissing as very intimate. I had to like you and not just be physically attracted to you. During this kissing, I could hear Kelly key turning in the door. We stopped and she laid back on my chest. She had no problem with Kelly seeing us like this because I had informed her he was my friend since 11. Kelly walked in and quickly exited. Trish and I resumed our kissing. It became so intense it was leading into sex intercourse. To the surprise of both of us, my door flew open. T-Mac, what up, baby? Why is it so dark in here? It's my Splash Bros and a few other guys. There are about 10 people deep. When this happens, Trish quickly covers her head in my blanket. The Splash Bros realized I had company and exited awkwardly. Trish states I wanted to do something, but not anymore. The vibe was ruined. Kelly had made the idiotic mistake of leaving the door unlocked after he came. Trish and I decided to call it a night. She headed back to her dorm room. Man, I was pissed. I thought that Trish had hid from my friends entering the room because she wanted to keep our business private. I learned two things can be true for one situation. I found out I wasn't the only guy she was dealing with. That's what threw her entire energy off. She thought she may be caught as she just saw a group of guys entering the room not knowing who knows who. It didn't bother me because I liked her, but I never let go of my player ways. I still dealt with others too. I felt as if what she does on her time is her business. When she is with me, it's our time. I was very understanding that she is not yours. It is just your turn. It was now the final week of my freshman year. All good things must come to an end, I heard. The thing about it was, there was no sadness. The conversations between the Splash Bros and I were mostly about how ready we were for next year. The day before we departed, I got the idea that we have to go out with a bang. During freshman year, Kelly and I would find empty dorm rooms and have private kickbacks, invite only. We thought we were about to do the same that night. We had thought too small. It all started with a group of about 5 of us chilling in the yard one last time. Out comes the dorm building RA. We convinced him to give the master key that unlocks any dorm room. Once we got the keys in our hand, it was on. We grabbed a gigantic speaker and settled into a dorm on the second floor of a 3-story building. We opened up a window and the music had a Pied Piper effect. The room went from less than 10 to full capacity in a matter of minutes. Word kept spreading, and before we knew it, the entire hallway was filled. There had to be at least 100 people there having fun for that last night. Things were getting crazy. Students from all over the country in one place with one positive vibe. This lasted for about an hour till the campus police showed up. We thought the party was fun, but seeing 100 people scattered in a tiny dorm hall was like a grand finale of fun. The first and last night of my freshman year were in the same realm. We went out with a bang. The next day, everyone began to depart back to their respective hometowns. I remember looking out the window as I was leaving campus for summer. Goodbyes were never easy for me. I almost shed a tear that quickly dried up. It wasn't over. I would be back. The Splash Bros had a text message group chat with the original members. Bolton had been added this time around. Trish and I, who he called his sister, began to go from liking one another to really liking one another. As Trish and I talked over the summer, she gave me something to look forward to next semester. I had my Splash Bros, more parties, a batch of new women coming in, and my crush was feeling me. Life was good. Sophomore year was almost guaranteed to be a movie. Chapter 4. Return of the Mac. By my second year, I was really starting to get in my zone. T-Mac was back. Literally upon my arrival, the games had begun. As soon as I arrived at the campus, I met up with the campus dealer at the time to buy a few grams of weed. I was still just a stoner college kid at this moment. I smoked as I awaited the arrival of my friends back to campus. Kelly and I were roommates again this year, but without Kevin this time because he had decided to drop out and move to Texas with his family. Kelly finally arrived and we began to plot how we could top last year's epic first night. Joe pulled up on us to welcome us back into the city. Our greetings were never handshakes, but we always shadowboxed to express our gratitude. As soon as Kelly saw Joe, he hit him with a heavyweight champion type combination. We laughed ourselves to tears from how crisp it was. Once we got the enthusiasm out that we were back in action, it was time to make a move. I then decided we had unfinished business. There was a group of young ladies from the end of our freshman year that we would go to their rooms and watch movies. We each had already picked who we would pursue, or screw rather. We then visited them and the vibes were smooth. We didn't get to home plate that night with them, but it was still a good time. The next day, my senses felt I needed to do something I hadn't this year. The thing was I needed to see Trish. Remember, Trish was a volleyball player, and the beginning of the semester was their season. We began texting, and she informed me of how busy she was with her sport. I knew she wasn't lying because their coach at the time was a hardcore and old school. I told her to focus with a few words of encouragement. We had the whole year to see each other. On the day classes started, we discovered we had the same chemistry class. We both took our academics seriously, so we sat together in the front. Our affair was private, so we didn't do public displays of affection. It was our secret. We had discussed how we hadn't met in private yet. That was until a few days later she randomly texted me that we needed to talk. That is one phrase that can make anybody nervous. I told Kelly I needed the room, and for the next hour I smoked and ran thoughts in my head of what was about to happen. I get a knock at the door and it's her. There goes my baby, I thought, as I was greeted with a smile. She then entered. I wanted to physically touch her, but I didn't know the topic of the conversation yet. I played it smooth and jumped on my bed as she paced nervously. I took a big gulp, then asked what's up. She stops pacing and takes a deep breath. I like you, she said. My heart had risen back into its rightful place because it had sunk to my feet with her dramatic entrance. I like you too, shawty, I said in a monotone. She said, no, I really like you and it's driving me crazy. She began rambling out of control, so I jumped up out my bed and just began kissing her. I told her to relax, and she calmed down instantly. We gazed deeply into each other's eyes and shared our vulnerability. We got the understanding that we both like each other, but we still were single. We were not going to rush it. She then got a text that she had to go to her evening volleyball film session. I told her no worries, to remember I felt the same as she did. She smiled and gave me one more hug before exiting. I grabbed that ass and it was like 2 basketballs. She then exited and I began to dance in my room, feeling like the man again. I was officially back. Everything was starting as planned. It was now the end of August and the week of my birthday. The Splash Bros wanted to have a kickback in our room like we usually do. But not this time, guys. Trish had told me that she was coming to spend time with me that night, even though she had 5 a.m. practices. She had stopped by my room earlier that day to give me a gift bag, including some of my personal favorite items. This was not the first time a girl gifted me for my birthday, but she put thought into the items that I liked. I had to make my schedule clear because that night I was gonna bounce those 2 basketballs she was carrying around. The night fell upon us and I did exactly that. Once I finished, she punched me in my chest, saying I better not have ejaculated in her. I began looking at her and noticed something was now off. I sensed she had a feeling of guilt of some sort. I didn't want to ruin things, so I played it cool and we kicked it the rest of the night. I awoke again to Kelly and Joe staring at me, but this time there was no music blasting. They asked before my eyes were even fully open. You hit that, didn't it? I couldn't even say yes or no before they began cheering for me. My smile was as wide as the Grand Canyon. That was more of a yes to them than yes. I just shook my head as they continued. I then prepared for class. Later that day, I got a text from Trish again. We need to talk. This time, I wasn't nervous, but I should have been. She invited me to her room this time. I enter and we watch a movie as usual, just vibing and laughing. Suddenly, there is a shift in energy. I looked at her and I saw the same guilt look from the night before. She began with, I don't think this is going to work. My eyes booked as this was a shock out of nowhere. What happened? I thought to myself. She stated how she knows how it is supposed to feel when she is with someone and she didn't get that feeling from us. She then continued about how she needed to focus on volleyball and more blah 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 was all I heard. This situation was like deja vu. Morg had done the same thing just in a different fashion. I simply just walked out as she finished talking. I had no arguments or rebuttals, just deuces. I walked out chin up and held high as she had unleashed the player in me again. Even though I was still single dealing with her, I would flirt with other girls, but I wouldn't go too far. Well, I now had no limitations. Within a week, I had my roster up to 10 different girls and I had sex with 3. I had invented a rule. They each had a week of me pursuing them full force. If we didn't have sex within that week, I would slowly fade from them. My roster began to grow and grow. I didn't have a type. Bad bitches was the only thing that I liked. I had no emotional attachments to any of them. One night, Kelly, Joe, and I decided to take the stroll. It was very dry that night for some reason, so we began to chill in the yard. That was when my entire life was about to change, and I didn't even know it. Right before we were about to head back to our room, I spotted 2 girls walking. They then split and one was headed right in our direction. I told Joe and Kelly it was showtime. As the young lady got closer, so did I. We bumped into each other and she looked at me with emerald green eyes. I knew I had her instantly. The eyes never lie. I began to smoothly talk to her while caressing her hand. The eye contact never broke as she began rubbing the tattoos on my arm. She told me her name was Nikki. Before I knew it, we had a small audience. Her friends had spotted us and began standing behind her questioning about who I was. I could tell from their eyes they were admiring me as well. I got a number and just thought she would be just like the rest of my collection. She had different goals for us. The next day we decided to get to know each other better with an in-person conversation in her room. I took Joe with me to keep her roommate entertained. They had animosity towards each other at first, then it settled into courtship. We discussed if we were dealing with anyone else seriously. She said she was talking to a guy before me on campus, but it didn't go anywhere. As a player, I was always honest with my women. I felt no need to lie, so I told her about Trish. I didn't mention her name, but I told her that we had decided it wasn't the best move for us at that moment. Instead of repulsing Nikki, it drew her in even more. Apparently, Nikki took this as a challenge to who could have my heart. As this was happening, she received a video call from her girl best friend back home. They began talking, but her friend didn't see other people in the room. Nikki's best friend then mentions a guy named Reese. Reese was Nikki's guy best friend from home. Things take a drastic shift when her BFF says that this is who Nikki is going to marry. My eyes bucked because this was random. Nikki then tries to stir the conversation thinking it offended me. She had no idea this did not bother me at all. She was just like all my other hoes, a toy for me to play with, and I had a lot of toys. A few days later, I invited her to stay a night with me in my dorm. My usual method of movies and chill with the blunt usually got me what I wanted. As the saying goes, if it isn't broken, Don't fix it. It was like having a form on a jump shot, and I had found my stroke. Literally. This particular night, the goal had moved. As I inserted my fingers inside of her, she began crying, and not in a good way. What the fuck? This has never happened before when I used my method. She then said whiningly, "Something went wrong last time." She repeated this 3 times while never looking at me. What did she mean by that? I am laying in my own bed astonished. As you may have grasped from the Kelly and Jew situation, I strongly believe in consent. Did that mean she had a STD? Did that mean she thought I went too far? I was so confused. I didn't know what to say or do. I just laid looking at the ceiling for a while. Suddenly, she turns over towards me and lays on my chest. Man, what the hell is going on? I thought to myself. After a few minutes, she then takes her shirt off with no bra under and resumes laying on my chest. Yes, her titties were fully out and in contact with my body. She then slept as if nothing just happened. I laid there the entire night without sleeping. The next morning, she got up and left my room as I just watched, still flabbergasted. As the week went on, I tried to be normal. Bolton had begun to sell weed for the guy I usually had business with. I told him I needed a few grams to smoke, and he told me to come to his room. As soon as I enter, I see Nikki sitting in a chair. She is staring at me with an intense look on her face. I didn't care, nor did I know if they were involved with each other. She may have been there for the same reason I was. I played the situation how a player would by remaining calm and doing the business transaction as usual. I had not spoken to her since that night. I had to know what she meant when she said something went wrong last time. More so, however, I needed to make sure she understood I don't make women do anything they don't want to. Then I thought, if she did feel violated, why would she sleep topless on top of me? I had to get to the bottom of this. Later that week, I texted and asked to meet with her. She agreed. We met in a common area of her dorm. She just was staring at me curiously as I began rambling. I started to tell her about my views of consent and that if I did anything wrong in that manner, that was not my intent. She burst out into a snicker and then a full-blown laugh. Bitch, what the fuck is funny? I thought to myself. She then says something along the lines of, "No, I didn't do anything wrong. It was a personal issue she had." I then asked if she had an STD. I had to ask this because I used to always have cuts on my hands from dunking the basketball. I needed to know in case those open wounds may have been infected from me pleasuring her with my fingers. She says no again, that it was nothing like that. She told me, don't worry, I did nothing wrong to her. She told me she didn't want to have sex with anyone due to whatever her personal reason was. Even though at those times that is all I wanted from women, it made me want her even more. I took a deep sigh of relief as this situation was bothering me for a while. We then shared a smile, and I asked should we continue to get to know each other better. She agreed, and things were back to normal. Once that weight was lifted off my shoulders, I was back in my mode. Nikki had informed me she understood that I was a rare gem on campus. She could accept that I had other women, as she saw how attracted she was to me. She knew others had to feel the same way towards me. This was a green light pass to do as I pleased, guilt-free. Even though we were not having sex, we spent many nights together bonding. This went on for the next 2 months. I had several sexual partners within the beginning of the semester up until October. One day, the topic of me seeing Nikki in Bolton's room came up. It started as a joke, but things changed when I kept referring to Bolton as my bro. Nikki said, "Am I sure he talks about me the same way when I'm not around?" I was about to confront Bolton in a joking manner, but she said she was kidding. Even if she wasn't, I was still raised under the code bros over hoes. I wasn't gonna fall out with my brothers about women. I just considered it her trying to get a reaction out of me. One night I was alone in solitude in my room. I was laying in my bed with no sound in the room. That is when I rose up quickly because I heard a noise I could never forget. There was a girl screaming at the top of her lungs, and I could tell she was in pain. I had only heard these kinds of screams in the hood when tragedy struck. These screams continued and continued, and I sat there frozen for a second. I thought I was dreaming or too high, so I went and peeked out my door. When I looked out the door, I saw two other guys from two different rooms doing the same thing I was. We all confirmed we heard the same thing, and we weren't going crazy. The direction the screams were headed was a dead end on the campus. We knew this person had to be lost and in trouble. We decided we should go check it out. When we got outside, we saw a girl sitting on the curb crying. As we got closer, marks on her body became very visible. She had scratches and cuts so deep in her arm it made my flesh crawl. I was shocked upon seeing her. I have seen people shot, and I had even seen dead bodies, but I had never seen anything of this nature. There was a silence for a few seconds before any of us could figure out the words to say. I then began asking her if she was okay, and I reached to help her up. She then jumped so hard out of fear, it made my heart break. Somebody had really hurt her. It was very cold outside, and we told her that we would take her to the lobby of our dorm and call the police. She was very reluctant at first, and from her scars, I understood. I then kept talking to her and persuading her that she was safe now. We finally slowly escorted her inside of the building. She told us that the guy who did it stayed in the dorm next to mine, but she wouldn't say his name. When the police got there, they sent a female officer. The entire time, all I could think about was who would do this. I couldn't understand. This was sick and inhumane. All I could think about was my mother, niece, and sister. This event really traumatized me and shook me up. I couldn't understand how a guy could get aroused from doing that to a girl. No means no, and I never had a problem understanding that lesson. The officer then told us that she could handle it from there and sent us back to our rooms. The week went on, and I heard nothing else of this event. There is not an announcement, an email, or anything from the university. It was now homecoming. I didn't know it at the time because I was just living life, but my social media posts of having fun were gaining an extraordinary amount of attention. There was a girl who I previously talked to from my hometown named Laura. We had never met in person, but she privately messaged me she was visiting a friend who attended my university. She seemed eager to finally meet me, so it was understood. On the day they arrived, she came with two others. To my surprise, one of the others was another girl I knew from my hometown. I was a true player, and you can say it's a small world. On this particular day, homecoming officially began. This meant that liquor would be in my system for sure. Her and her friends came to my dorm to pregame with the Splash Bros. We all sipped on some highly alcoholic beverages before we went into the real party a few buildings over. During the party, I was drunk for sure, but I was still aware at this time. It was very dark in the party with little lighting. Me and my splash bro Jorgen had found a wall and we just sat on the ground. We were joking and laughing at how faded we were when out of the blue, the girl from my hometown sits next to me. She begins to whisper in my ear that she left something in my room and she needed it. I was so tipsy to recognize what she really meant, so I was reluctant. She kept pushing the issue, so I told Jorgen I would be back. We then snuck out of a back door without realizing we were being watched the entire time. As soon as we exited, her friends came out as well and asked her where we were going. She responded to them in my room. She would be back and everything was okay. I was still faded, so I just wanted to let her get whatever and get back to the party. Next thing I know, it begins to rain hard as we were walking. We rushed into my dorm building and my shirt was soaked. When I got in my room, I had taken off my shirt and began drying off with a towel. The liquor had worn off momentarily from the coldness of the rainwater. I wasn't paying attention to her until she grabbed my hand and led me to my bed. Oh, I thought to myself, the thing she needed to get from my room was my penis. That was fine with me. Once we had undressed, I tried to put on my condom. Keyword in that sentence was tried. The liquor came back in full effect and I was having problems. I didn't realize how drunk I was. This caused her to get frustrated. She then took it upon herself to grab my penis and stick it in unprotected. This shocked me as I always use protection. I did not want her to do that. I pulled it out and laid down next to her. I was so drunk I couldn't process what really was happening. She then took it upon herself to stick it back in and continue. I remember her trying to kiss me while doing this and me saying no while shaking my head to avoid her lips. I can't recall how long this went on for as I had no sense of time and was too out of it to fight her off. I ejaculated and she got off of me finally. There was then a pounding at my door, not just a regular knock. She laid there in my bed as she had fallen asleep. I drunkenly forced myself up and put on my underwear as I stumbled to the door. I opened the door and went to the sink area in my room so everyone could see me in my underwear. Her friends then entered. "Oh my God, Laura, what are you doing?" her friend said. Laura was still fully naked in my bed. Things got weird when her friend said, "I thought we agreed we weren't gonna fuck anybody. Aren't you on your period? Where's your pad at?" I stood next to my sink, not visible to them, in disgust. What the fuck? Her period? I was too drunk for this kind of talk to be happening. They helped her get dressed and left my room. I went to sleep in my bed, ready to sober up. The next day I awoke to a strange feeling. I went to urinate in my bathroom, and it hurted. Oh, hell no, I thought to myself. No way. No. One of my biggest fears was an STD. That is why I always use condoms. I slept with multiple women, but I was always cautious of my health. I got tested regularly. Then I got to replaying in my head what happened the night before. She forced it in her raw. Kelly saw the expression on my face, and then I told him the story. Laura texted me and mentioned how strong the drinks were, basically trying to have a normal conversation. I just said, yeah, they were strong to me too. I had to get tested immediately. The thing about it was I checked for clinics being open, and somehow they all were closed on this day, except the one on campus. The thing about the one on campus was Nikki worked at the front desk. How the hell was I going to tell them I need to get checked in front of her? I had to do what I had to do, so I entered the nurse's office in a black hoodie, head down in shame. Once Nikki saw it was me, she looked curious, and so did her co-workers, as I now realize she had told them about me. They asked what I needed. In a very soft, scared tone, my voice cracked as I said I need a STD test. Their jaws dropped, but they had to keep it professional. Nikki gave me a clipboard to fill out, and I couldn't even look her in the eyes. I was completely embarrassed for both of us because her co-workers knew she wasn't sexually active. I went into the bathroom and it still hurted to piss in that testing cup. This was a Friday and the nurse told me I would have to wait till Monday for my results. This was going to be mental torture this entire weekend. A few hours later, I left the office. I got a text from Nikki. I felt I owed her the respect of telling her what happened. We met in person and I walked her through that night. I just knew she would be done with me. She then stated whatever it was, that we would get through it together. She then hugged me. Wow, I thought to myself. I had no plans of a relationship, but I then knew Nikki and I had something deeper. The entire weekend, she stayed with me, just comforting me. She had my back for real. Monday finally came around and the results were in. Drum roll, please. The nurse called me personally on the phone to tell me I had tested negative for everything. Huh? She then asked me if I was expecting something based on my reaction. Hell no. We both shared a brief laugh before ending the call. I immediately began to thank God. It turns out I had drunk so much liquor I was pissing it literally. The burning wasn't from bacteria, but from alcohol. My body wasn't used to that much alcohol. I shared this news with Nikki, and we became sexually active that night. We didn't have full intercourse, but it was a start. I learned then males can be sexually assaulted by women. The lesson of wearing condoms was reiterated in my head. Liquor can cause problems in your life. Most importantly, I learned that I had to slow down my sexual encounters. Sexual discipline would be needed on this journey I was on now. I didn't know it at the time, but I was growing up essentially. Now that was over, I began to focus on my schoolwork instead of women. I fell more in love with weed. My neutral feelings for liquor turned into hate after that scare. Things started to go well for me. I got the opportunity to play a role in a Marvel TV show. Nikki and I were building a stronger bond the more time had passed. I wasn't the only one noticing my new spark in life. Trish had started to notice as well. Even though we had no connection anymore, we never changed our seating in class. She would try to say little things and flirt with me, but I would brush it off. She then began commenting on my Snapchat posts again. The first few times I would give her a dry response. Then one night she did it, and I just got blunt with her. I asked her what the mixed signals were. I thought she didn't want me. She then got honest about her feelings of confusion and wanting to try again. Well, Trish was back in my life as a lover. This is what I wanted, right? I wanted Trish from the beginning, remember? I had her back. But what would I have to give up now? One day, Nikki tells me she is going to stop by my room after she leaves the gym. I said cool because I was about to take a nap due to excessive smoking. I awoke to a dark lit room with Nikki, Kelly, and Nikki's friend standing there. Nikki and I started a brief conversation before the fire alarm went off. My room was clear of smoke, and I always took precautions to avoid smoke detection. My smoke alarms were covered with plastic bags, and I would use air fresheners to kill the lingering weed smell. I get out of bed shirtless, as the procedure when the alarm goes off is that everyone exits the building. The way the smoke detectors were programmed, they would show what room the smoke was coming from. This meant that the fire department and administration would only enter the room that set off the building. I was standing outside getting my body admired by the women outside, not knowing when I re-entered the building my entire world was about to turn upside down. Upon entering our room, Kelly and I noticed something. His hot plate stove was missing. Oh no, we thought as we began staring at each other. The administrators had been in our room. In my window area, I had ashes and a few blunt roaches left from earlier that day. Kelly's side was much worse. For some strange reason, Kelly would keep all the liquor bottles from the kickbacks that had been thrown. He displayed these in a fashion of trophies sitting in his window. There had to be a minimum of 50 bottles there. Kelly and I rushed to see our residential assistant, who was a friend of ours. He confirmed that they indeed had checked our room specifically. They checked our entire suite, including our suite mate's room. He even returned Kelly's hot plate to us. Everything was smooth until 48 hours later. I received an email stating I had a judicial hearing. Included in this email were pictures of evidence. They had taken photos of the blunt roaches, the liquor bottles, hot plates, etc. As I read my email, Kelly entered our room. I asked him if he got the same email. To my astonishment, he said no. This caused utter confusion of why would they only send it to me. I didn't stress the issue too much because maybe they were sending them at different times. I didn't stress about it, but it made me suspicious. Before my scheduled judicial hearing, I would have to attend what is known as a pretrial. It just so happens my pretrial is administered by a woman named Miss Lewis. Miss Lewis and I had developed a relationship prior due to residential issues I was having. The process of the pretrial was where I was giving a paper with all my charges listed. There was about 8 charges listed, and I had to plead guilty or not guilty to each one individually. Where I come from, there is a thing known as the street code. I was raised under this code basically my entire life. A part of the code was to take your charge. You are man enough to do the crime, be man enough to do the time. I pleaded guilty to the things that I did, like smoking and tampering with smoke detectors, even though I barely drank and it was Kelly's idea to display the liquor bottles. I still pleaded guilty to those charges too. The only charges I pled now guilty were the ones that I had no involvement in. Once I signed off on the papers, I was ready for any punishment. Then Miss Lewis and I began to talk off the record personally. It dawned on me a question that I had to ask her. Miss Lewis, if there are 4 people staying in this suite, why am I the only one having to deal with this? She then responded, you aren't the only one that got one of these. There is an instant pain that overwhelmed my body. I tried to fight this pain with denial, but I later realized this painful feeling was betrayal. Ms. Lewis then says to me before I exited, you need to watch who you call your friends. I headed back to a complete ambush when I entered my room. There was no one there, but there was a paper sitting openly on Kelly's desk. It was the same paper form I just filled out for my judicial appointment. I picked up the paper and began to see red. Kelly had chosen not guilty for every single charge. The paper seemed to have fallen out of my hand in a slow motion as it hit the floor. It all started to process very quickly and painfully for me. Kelly was throwing me under the bus. He was going to let me take the punishment for his charges while acting as if he didn't have any charges against him. I was filled with rage and emotion. College wasn't just so fun anymore. Shit had got real. I was having flashbacks of Kelly saying they hadn't even contacted him. I stayed in my dorm room the next few hours reflecting. Kelly then entered the room. I didn't confront him immediately because I wanted to observe his behavior. He then began talking to me as if nothing occurred. I was so utterly disappointed I completely ignored him. This went on for weeks. Anytime he spoke to me, he was met with a brutal silence. Every time he spoke to me, all I could think of was the upcoming judicial trial. Our mutual friends began to notice the awkwardness between us. Kelly began spreading the rumor that he had no idea why I wouldn't speak to him. I didn't argue or rebuttal this rumor. I began to isolate myself from my friends and only spend time with Nikki. The only other person that knew the truth was Nikki because she was the only one I trusted before my trial. The day of the trial came. I had only slept 2 hours because I was in Nikki's room preparing my defense. I had arrived at my court setting and was greeted with a panel of 8 administrators, including Ms. Lewis. The dean of the university was the facilitator. I sat at the edge of a large round meeting table straight across from the dean. She then placed 2 tape recorders in the center of the table. The meeting began with her reading off my pleas of guilty and not guilty to the charges. I agreed that I signed off on the form she was reading. Apparently, the panel had already sentenced me to guilty. She was about to read my punishments until I firmly interrupted her. I questioned the steps in the proceeding as I had a right to defend my case. This sent a shocking pause through the room as she told me to continue. I then reached in my backpack to pull out my laptop. I had prepared an entire PowerPoint for the case. I became aware of the looks and amazement at my preparation. I then broke the case down piece by piece. There were many flaws in my case. The photos they took as evidence were not accurate. Some of the photos they took had a sink in the background. The sink in the photos was a different model sink than the one in my dorm room. It was in fact the sink of my suite mates. The next flaw in their case led me to believe I was being targeted. I was being tried for 2 cases and 1 judicial. The second case report was written the following day of the first. The second report was written about an incident that never occurred. It stated in the report that even the fire department had to enter my room. I proved this to be false because I had video evidence of me napping in my bed at the time this incident supposedly occurred. The thing that made things worse was the person who wrote the false report was one of the people on the panel. After this fact was known in the room, it seemed everyone turned to the culprit. I asked him directly to explain. He began fumbling and stuttering his words before the dean cut him off to say enough. Once I completed my rebuttal, there was a pause in the room. I was then sent out as the panel had to discuss the final verdict. I waited in the waiting room, heart racing as my fate was being determined. I was called into the room about 10 minutes later. I entered the room and all eyes were on me. The mood was very tense and serious. The dean of students then started the tape recorder again. My punishments went from near expulsion to 200 community service hours and 1 year probation. The only reason for those punishments were for my guilty pleas prior. Hallelujah played in my head as it dropped in gratitude. The dean then stops the tape recorder. When she does this, the entire mood of the room transforms. The panel members began smiling at me with looks of admiration. The dean proceeded to ask me what my major was. I then told them biology. She then said, "You should be a lawyer." This statement resonated well with the other panel members as they all began to agree. Miss Lewis began to smile at me as I did the same. I had beaten the case with my logic and without compromising the no snitching code I was raised under. The panel didn't realize that I had read the room as soon as I entered. When they first saw me, they saw an arrogant hoodlum with tattoos. I was assumed guilty before I could prove my innocence. When they heard my intellect and vocabulary, they realized not to judge a book by its cover. I wanted to do a backflip as I exited the room, but Miss Lewis asked to speak with me in her office. We began to talk about how I was feeling, and now that I had my day in court, I was feeling good. But she wanted to make sure I understood that if I violated any rules, my probation would become expulsion. I suggested to her that I change rooms to avoid this kind of thing happening again. Jorgen's roommate was not returning the next semester, and we had already discussed the bachelor benefits we could have as roommates. Miss Lewis agreed to the change, but we would have to wait out the final weeks of the semester. I left the building with a spunk in my step. The weight was lifted off my shoulders, and I headed straight to Nikki's dorm. I hugged her tight as we celebrated. There was a party that night, and everyone was bound to be there. During this party, the unexpected began to happen. I was kicking it in the party with my splash bros when Trish started lingering around. We found a dark corner that had seating as we were all high from smoking. As I sat down, Trish came and sat in my lap. This triggered no emotional response to me as my day had already been astounding. I sat back and remained cool and calm. A few moments later, the party was then shut down. I returned to my dorm and slept like a baby. The next day, I now understand my positive energy was still radiating, and Trish felt it. This class period, she wanted to talk with me more and was very feminine instead of standoffish. I did the usual of downplaying her advances, but this led to her private messaging me after class heartfelt messages. I got tired of the technology communication and suggested we meet that night. When night fell, I FaceTimed her. On the FaceTime, I reminded her we were supposed to meet and that I was headed to her room. She responded by telling me, no, never mind, don't come. I ignored her comment and continued to prepare for our meetup. As she was telling me not to come, I could hear her get out of her bed to unlock the door for me. She was playing a mind game with me. Women love my boldness because I knew where to draw the line from being creepy. I then gave her a firm, I'm on the way, before she said, okay, and hung up. I walked outside to a foggy night setting. The destination I was headed to added to the suspense. Despite this being our first link in months, I entered her room and got into the bed with her. We watched the ending of a movie together without discussing anything. Once the movie ended, I tried to touch her in a sexual manner. She responded to this by cursing me out and saying that's not why she let me over. If that's all I wanted, I could leave. I then just said, okay, and rolled over to sleep. During the night, I felt her ass pressing against my pelvis. Once I awoke to a conscious state, I noticed that she was doing this intentionally. Her statement earlier about not wanting to have sex earlier was a test, and I passed. Her advances then led to full-blown sexual intercourse. I tore her ass up for all the mind games and just to show her what she had been missing. When I departed from her room, I didn't know what, but something was different. I had become conflicted with my feelings. See, Nikki had been my rock and had my back in every situation, but all the time I spent to get to know Trish meant something. There was even a third girl in the running for my heart. The third girl had a lover already, so that lowered her chances. I had 3 girlfriends without a title at one time. Even though I had feelings for the third girl, the real race was between Nikki and Trish. A few days later on a phone call with Nikki, she gave me an estimated count of her past lovers. The number and her age ratio was not good. This conversation even made me hang up on her as she completely changed my image of her. The sweet pureness of her had been shattered in my eyes. She called back trying to explain and soften the blow, but the damage was done. I acted as if everything was smooth, but it was not. If I was going to be in a relationship with anyone, it would be Trish. One night, Jorgen, Bolton, and I were going for a late night food run. Jorgen was the driver and was parked at the back door of the building. Before we departed, Bolton said he forgot his wallet and wanted us to give him a second to run to his room. This was no problem for Jorgen and I as we were high and joking around foolishly. We began laughing hysterically about who knows what. During this joke, we looked into the distance about 100 feet away behind the cafe building. It was Bolton, Trish, Key, along with 3 others. We could hear Bolton yelling once we stopped laughing. What the fuck? When did he even come out? He told us he was going to his room. We then see Bolton charging an individual named Ice. Ice was a chubby DJ known on campus. He looked very similar to the rapper Biggie Smalls. Ice was standing with 2 of his friends. Trish was blocking Bolton almost like an offensive lineman in football. Jorgen and I rushed from the car to the scene. While Bolton was extremely heated, Ice was calm with a confused look on his face. I then asked Ice what was the issue, and Bolton yelled, "My jacket! Give me my shit! My jacket!" He then tried to charge at Ice again. My focus was now shifted from finding the root of the problem to getting Bolton out of there. As Bolton was steady causing commotion, campus police were doing their roundabouts. This gave me more of a sense of urgency to disperse the scene. We didn't make it to get food that night as we now gathered in my old room to talk with Bolton. He then explained the situation as he let Ice borrow his jacket about a week ago at a party. He gave him the jacket to cover up a speaker because it rained that night. Bolton then said he went to get his wallet and spotted Ice, so he asked for his jacket. He says Ice responded by telling him that the jacket was in his trunk parked in the parking lot quite a distance away. Ice then told him to give him a minute, he was busy with something. Ice then continued to conversate with his two friends. Bolton said he felt disrespected by the issue which caused the outburst. I knew that there was no way that could have caused that type of rage, but I honestly didn't care. Right or wrong, I was forever riding for my friends. It took not long after for me to learn that loyalty is a blessing and a curse. Bolton said the situation was not over, and he was indeed correct. The next day I saw Bolton around noon. I was done with my classes for the day, and he was done too. We then saw Kelly and Bolton had begun to fill him in about the incident from last night. Bolton then made the bold claim that it was on site with Ice or his homeboys that were with him. I brushed off this comment, not taking it seriously, but I was still down for whatever. We then entered the cafe room to unexpected odds. Sitting alone at the first table was one of the guys with Ice from last night. Even though it was understood Kelly and I could never have the same friendship, we both still had Bolton's back. Bolton then calls the guy outside to fight. When we return outside, the yard is packed. There are 100+ people, including Ice and more of their friend group this time. Bolton then begins taking off his jacket and is shirtless underneath. People start to notice a fight is about to happen and begin filming us. There is suddenly a group of people interested in separating our group from theirs. Trish began holding Bolton back again as I maneuvered through the bystanders like the Red Sea. I went directly to Ice to get to the bottom of what was really happening. Ice and I were having a calm conversation as he explained to me he felt as I did. The jacket was not the full story for all of this animosity. As I'm talking to Ice, Bolton is in the background lunging more violently and yelling louder. Ice then tells me he had no issues with me, but he made a huge mistake saying he would kill Bolton. Ice had triggered my protective instinct that was sharpened and glorified in my hood. I would protect those around me like they were me. I am my brother's keeper. I have a principle of never taking kindly to threats of violence. Once he said this, my eyes began to see red, filled with anger. My voice deepened and I firmly denounced his statement. It seems as Ice said this, the people holding Bolton back began to tire and let him loose. He charged straight for Ice and began swinging. My attention was now on Ice's friends in case they decided to intervene. My stare made them freeze solid as they knew any sudden movements would cause me to react. The squabble lasted about 10 seconds before people began breaking it up. A track runner grabbed Bolton away aggressively, and I grabbed the track runner, throwing him into the bushes. "Don't touch my brother," I told him. "I got him. He is good." After the incident, news was spreading like wildfire of the encounter. Trish, Key, and a few of the Splash Bros gathered in the main lobby of my dorm. A staff member known as Mr. Jerry had developed a personal relationship with some of the male students. He was like our older brother that cared about us while understanding we were wild boys. Jerry entered the lobby. "Are y'all serious?" It then hit me what risk I had just taken. I was on probation, and any type of negative incident would be an automatic expulsion. Holy shit! What did I just get involved in? I didn't think about myself one time. I put others before myself again. I had to lay low for about 2 weeks while anticipating the judicial email I knew was incoming. Luckily, Mr. Jerry had access to the cameras and pulled some strings to make the incident get swept under the rug. Only 2 weeks, and then finals led me to isolate and study. I had to close out the semester strong and remember I was there to get an education. There was a week left in the semester and everything seemed normal. That was until I was chilling in my dorm and Bolton busted in the door. "Let's ride. We gotta go. They just robbed me." What? I jumped out of bed as Bolton is in tears and upset. We were taught growing up to ride for our homies. If they had a problem, we all had a problem. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. We entered his dorm to see that his roommate departed for the year. Apparently his roommate had stolen all of Bolton's Jordan sneakers and all of his weed to sell. The thing was, Bolton had a judicial just like me a few weeks prior. He had left a digital scale as well as a few grams of weed completely out in the open during a room search. A very amateur move, but there is nothing to defend this. His punishment was starting the spring semester. He wasn't expelled, but he was not allowed to live on campus. This would be an issue because Bolton was from Mississippi. We then went to a hoop session to clear our minds. During this hoop session, it was brought to our attention that his roommate may have had help. There was a guy named Zoe. Zoe was known for his short-fused temper and anger issues. These issues ultimately led to Zoe being dismissed from the basketball team. Zoe and I had brief interactions that were never tension-filled despite his rep. Bolton was frightened by the news as word had spread that the robbers would return later that night. Bolton then asked if he could stay in Kelly and I's room. Of course, it was not an issue. Bolton was so spooked he even asked another dealer named Big Head for a revolver. Once Bolton received this revolver, he would show it off to girls that would enter my room. In this moment of time, I did not grasp the signs he was showing me of his character. In my eyes, I only saw my friend in need of help. The day following the robbery, Bolton asked Kelly and I to escort him to confront Zoe about his involvement. Zoe was confronted and calmly denied having any involvement in the robbery. The last day of fall semester was happening. I will be leaving in a few hours, and Trish had texted me she was on her way back to Texas. Before she left, she would stop and say bye. During this bye, I didn't expect it to be like the movies, but it was nonetheless. We shared an intimate kiss as we said goodbye. An hour later, I told Nikki I was about to leave, and she rushed to my room. She was full of emotion and passion with her hugs. The thing was, I never kissed Nikki on her mouth, even though we had been having sexual relations. Nikki stayed in my room until the final second before I had to leave. The last image I have of that semester was Nikki exiting my room in my pink hoodie she had taken to claim as her own. That night I arrived in my hometown. I began a video call with Trish. This was an extremely pleasant call as she was introducing me to family members on the call. I thought to myself, if she's showing her mom and sister me, things are definitely getting serious. The call ended on a positive note. Then I received another call, this time from Nikki. The call connected and she was smiling as soon as she saw my face. It then hit me it was time to live up to my morals and principles about keeping it real. I was dead silent before Nikki asked what was wrong. I blatantly told her that the girl I had told her about when we first met was back in the picture. This meant I would have to stop my dealings with her for the sake of my soon relationship. I saw the tears forming in her eyes. I saw the tears forming in the same eyes that I watched admire me for the first time she saw me. She quickly hung up. As soon as she did this, I immediately saw I made a mistake. I thought I was doing her a favor with the heads up, but I didn't realize the hurt I had caused both of us. A tear fell down my eye. I had built a bond and connection so strong with Nikki that I couldn't let it go. I tried to call back twice, but she rejected my call. A few hours later, she finally called back with the same sad demeanor. I began to confess to her I was tripping and I couldn't accept her not being around. I asked her for forgiveness, and she did. My new relationship wasn't official yet, so it didn't seem like a major issue. I began then trying to really balance having extra time to talk to Trish and still maintain Nikki's happiness. I would FaceTime Trish for several hours throughout the day while texting Nikki. This month-long break, everything was going smooth until the final week. I began to notice a shift in Trish's energy again. She had become standoffish again. I just chalked this up as she missed me and didn't know how to express it. My room change wouldn't be official until the next week, so I still roomed with Kelly. Bolton had discussed a plan with me that he would be getting an apartment off campus for the next semester. He would be using the funds owed to him from his scholarship. He would be receiving an abnormally large refund due to his lack of housing payments. He told me he would need to stay in my room for about 2 weeks until everything was processed by the university. The first day back, I contacted Trish to see her, but she said she was busy. I then contacted Nikki, who hadn't arrived, but she was eager to see me. As soon as she got back, she came to my room in her pajamas and holding hot wings. We were prepared to enjoy our night together, but I had a couple of Splash Bros still in my room kicking it. Once she entered the room, I was blissed by the change in my behavior. My Splash Bros waited until Nikki went to the bathroom to tell me they noticed my soft spot for Nikki. I didn't deny it, but I made it out as no big deal. Nikki returned to the room and Joe began doing something odd. He then began saying Trish's code name out loud. Nikki responded before I could by saying that she knows all about Trish. Her tone of voice was saddened, and the joyous girl from a few minutes ago was no more. This seriously pissed me off because what his intention was. They say when people show you the first time who they are, believe them. I responded to this in an angry manner and kicked the Splash Bros out of my room. I then began to repair the damage with Nikki, and she was happy again. The next week had arrived. It was time for my room change. This was an exciting day and had a feeling of a new beginning. I was moving into Jorgen's dorm, which was a co-ed building. Since Kelly was now the only person assigned to my old room, Bolton could now have my old bed. Everything was going well, so I decided to invite Trish over that night. She told me she couldn't come because she was in her room studying about pulling an all-nighter. I then just said okay because we were both STEM majors, so I knew how much the workload was. A few moments later, Bolton enters my new dorm and tells me there's a hoop session happening right now. He then spoke of a new basketball team transfer who is an athletic dunker. I grabbed my shoes and we began walking to the gym. Getting buckets would be a perfect way to blow off some steam. I entered the gym and was flabbergasted by who I saw. Trish was sitting in the bleachers along with her best friend Key. I played usually and ignored it. The thing was that I noticed a guy who I knew Trish was also involved with shooting around. As I mentioned before, I would be breaking an unwritten law if I were to have feuds over women. So I joined him in the shoot around. I was just trying to lose myself in the moment and not think about why Trish had lied. I thought to myself, why doesn't she want to spend time with me? What happened? I was brought back to reality by a shoulder bump going for a rebound. It was Trish, trying to mess with me as I warmed up. I looked at her momentarily confused, and then just continued to ignore her. The pickup games were about to start back up. The new guy Bolton mentioned was about 6'8" tall. Bolton selected him to be on our team. He could dunk aggressively as advertised. The games went by and everyone was exiting the gym. Bolton and I were about to split ways when he said he needed to grab something from Trish's room. This was a detour I was willing to take. Once we were coming around the corner from her room, he quickly turned to me and said, "Wait right here." He mentioned that Key had had company over at the time, but I could tell from the change in his eyes, he had just lied. I played it cool and headed back to my room. I then FaceTimed Nikki and told her to spend the night with me. She was eager as usual. There was always a calm before the storm. The next few days were sailing smoothly. I had returned to my room for a break in between my morning and afternoon classes. That is when Bolton entered my room with shocking news. Kelly had been kicked out. It turns out Kelly never even registered for classes that semester. He was just living in the dorm. This didn't make any sense, but it was not my concern. Bolton then stated he had no place to go now since my old room had been assigned to a new student. Whenever Bolton was in these situations, he would start crying. Literally. He knew I would say, "Just crash in my new room." He then smiled and reminded me it was just temporary, a few weeks until he got his refund check to get his apartment. I agreed to this simple arrangement, but little did I know I had agreed to deal with much more. I realized this the first night I had Nikki over after Bolton moved in. You see, my new dorm room was half the size of my old room. My new room was about 12 by 12 feet. Jorgen and I separated our living spaces for privacy with our school desk and wardrobe closets, which made it even more crowded. Bolton slept on the floor on Jorgen's side, which was by the door. Nikki tried to perform a sexual act on me, but Jorgen and Bolton would be listening to the acts. All the alone time me and Nikki spent together would now be shared. The next few days were an adjustment period, but things got better. Bolton continued selling weed once he moved into my new room. This was no issue to me because I smoked frequently and it would increase my cigar sales. Most of all, I was just glad I was able to help out my bro. One night, he had a customer come in. It just so happened that customer was Trish. She entered the room nicely dressed for a night out. As Bolton is bagging her weed up, she then sits in my lap as this is really the first interaction we have had in a while. All of my feelings of resentment towards her for avoiding me were gone. Bolton watched this interaction and even made jokes mocking how cute we were together. That night I noticed something strange. Trish's car would be parked behind my dorm building almost every night, but her dorm was on the other side of campus. I paid it little attention, but I was aware. Everything done in the dark must come to the light. The next day, Nikki and I were alone, and she was extremely sad. I sensed the vibe and asked her if she was okay. She told me that this day was her due date. I responded thinking she was talking about a tough assignment for a class, but she meant a baby delivery due date. This made me sit down because, what the fuck you mean? She told me that a few weeks before her enrollment, she had to have an abortion. She wanted to keep the baby, but the dad didn't want it. Plus, they both were headed to college in different states. Only her best friend and her best friend's mom knew about the abortion. No one in her family knew, not even her mother. She then explained to me that this is why she stopped me the first night. Together, That is why we didn't have full intercourse. This was a lot of information to take in at the time. I was completely against abortions, so at first I felt anger toward her. This anger was soon washed away when she started crying on my chest. I usually needed her for my emotional moments, but this time, Nikki needed my comfort. She pulled out a letter that she had written to the fetus. She kept it folded so I did not read it. She asked if I could get Jorgen to drive us to the mall to get something. She wanted to go to the store called Build-A-Bear where you can customize your own teddy bears. I thought this was odd, but the serious sadness in the air made me not question it. My goal was just to be there for her. When it came time to stuff the teddy bear with cotton, she inserted the letter inside of the bear. She hugged the bear. Then I started hugging her to remind her I had her back about whatever, just as she had mine. We returned and had the room to ourselves again. Nikki then informed me that she was ready to have full sexual intercourse. It seems as though her sharing this secret and moment at the store helped her healing. We were tightly bonded, but once we started to have sex, it got super tight. Mr. Jerry then told us about a basketball tournament coming up at Louisiana State University. LSU was about an hour away. Our university needed to put together an elite travel team to play against some Division I colleges. He put together a tryout that night and I dominated. I dominated to the point of dehydration. After about an hour during a scrimmage, I had scored 4 consecutive baskets before collapsing. Jorgen and Bolton were about to take me to the emergency room, but I told them I would be okay. I just needed fluids. The thing is, I was born with the dehydration skin disease known as ichthyosis. This causes me to have an unquenchable thirst and for my skin to be reptilian scaly. I had collapsed a few times before and was taught by a former coach I had to learn to pace myself. Nikki had been calling my phone and I finally responded with a text to let her know the situation. Jorgen decided to stop and get some fast food since we weren't going to the hospital. I returned to my dorm to see Nikki at my door with water bottles, fruits, and my favorite juices to hydrate. She was there for me every time I needed her. One day, Bolton asked me if it would be cool if the transfer hooper named BD come and smoke with us in my room. BD was the athletic guy who we had played with not too long ago. I was finishing up my laundry and didn't care to smoke with them. As I'm folding clothes, I hear BD mention Trish's name. He then starts going on and on about how he had to give her extra attention in her feelings. He even tells Bolton of how he should know how serious their relationship is now that they attended the same college. Wait, what the fuck? When did Trish get a boyfriend? I thought we were about to be together. That is why she been avoiding me. Flashbacks of the scene in the gym when she told me she was studying. This guy stayed 2 doors down in my dorm hall. You mean to tell me this time I have been missing her? She had been 2 doors down. That is why I seen her car parked in the back often. My face was just as confused as my mind. Things then started to make more sense. The puzzle was coming together. That conversation we had about her knowing how things are supposed to feel while looking guilty. She was talking about her boyfriend, BD. Bolton stared at me with a cautious look on his face. Bolton knew of this whole time. I used to talk to him about Trish, and he did the same on her end. The thing was, he was staying on my floor. Why would he even invite this guy into my room knowing this? I kept the usual calm demeanor while my mind was in chaos. They finished their blunt and he left. In that moment, I learned how cold women can be. I was willing to give up every girl I was dealing with for a girl who had a secret boyfriend. A relationship so deep he transferred colleges to be with her. How did I not see she was living a double life, maybe even more? I realized more was just a stepping stone to show me what women were capable of. The player got played. The day of the tournament arrived. Mr. Jerry would be the coach and he had put together a pretty good squad. I was starting at center. Bolton was the sixth man on the bench. Our first game was against Ole Miss. Their team consisted of all white players and our team had all black. The tension could be felt before the game and it magnified once the game started. The action started with a few missed calls against Ole Miss. This game was very physical. Zoe had made the team and was starting at shooting guard. He made a few passes to me that didn't connect. He would pout and show his temper, and I then understood. He uses his anger to hide from accountability. What threw me for a loop was I could hear Bolton saying slick things about why was I in the game and not him. During a free throw attempt, as I prepared to get the rebound, I was hit with a blatant elbow to the side of my head. This foul, however, was not called as I kneeled in pain. Mr. Jerry then called timeout and I stumbled to the bench dizzy. Bolton began to try and criticize my play. Mr. Jerry then cut him off and said he saw the cheap shot I took. I should sit this one out. I sat the remainder of the game out. We went on to lose by 8. Even though we had a nice group of talent, we lacked chemistry and had a few inflated egos. There was about an hour break between our next game. I was chilling laying on an empty court when Zoe and 2 other teammates told me to come with them to the team van. I was hesitant at first, but they insisted. When we got to the van, I found out Mr. Jerry had given them the keys for a specific reason. Zoe starts by telling me I need to get my nerves out before firing up a thick blunt. Whoa, I thought to myself, we are at a college basketball tournament on the team van smoking weed. It felt so wrong, but it felt so right. I took a few hits and my entire mood was shifted. The headache I had was non-existent and I was ready to hoop. The next game was against Tulane University. It seemed like everything that was wrong in the first game was corrected. There were still a few bad apples, but overall, Zoe and I began to build a chemistry as well as with others that smoked in the van. The second game went well, but I noticed something. Everyone was in a good mood seeing each other shine, except Bolton would smack his lips and pout when he got subbed out. The final game we had was against the hosting team, LSU. There was a nice crowd for this game, but they were all for LSU. This game was back and forth. LSU was outmatched skillfully, but they had size and chemistry. Early in the game, I mistimed a few blocks that I should have had. After one of the attempts, Bolton says to me from the bench, "Just stop trying, I'm not going to get it." I briefly looked at him disgusted, but I had to focus on winning. A few seconds later, the domination began once again. I had pace until the last 5 minutes of the game. I got block after block after block. These were aggressive blocks, smacking the ball against the backboard and a few rows deep into the crowd. Each block shifted the momentum further in my team's favor. The game was still tied with about 30 seconds left. Bolton had missed a three-pointer and I grabbed a heroic rebound to put the ball back in. We then had the lead. when a ref called a foul on a block I had made. Bolton was about to say something, but Mr. Jerry had already called his sub in the game. The LSU player made both his free throws and they had to lead by 2. We had about 10 seconds and agreed to get one good shot. I inbound the ball to Zoe, who sprinted up the court as fast as he could. He then doesn't go for the layup, but he stops at the 3-point line and makes it. The whole team was excited and then realized they had 3 seconds, so they called a timeout. The timeout was short-lived, and they ran the play for the last shot. An LSU player got the ball at the mid-range as I jumped high as I could to block it. He had shot with such an arc that the ball hung in the air for it seemed forever. Brick. The ball hits the front of the rim and he misses. Our team jumps with joy from the close call. All the tension was gone and it felt good. Mr. Jerry then gathered us on the bench for our team photos to post on social media. Zoe and I had become acquaintances on good terms from this experience. There was another person who had taken interest in friendship with me. Remember the guy Big Head who Bolton got the revolver from? On the ride back to school, he sat next to me in the van. I could feel what he wanted, and I was correct. Big Head offered me the proposition of helping him sell his weed. I had to make a decision. By this time, I had learned the ins and outs of how the university operated and felt like I needed the cash. I agreed, and we made a deal to talk further the following day. Chapter 5, Man or Mouse. The following day, I met Big Head in his room at around 11 a.m. Big Head had already had 2 little guys that didn't know any better working for him. He didn't understand I was going to be working with him, not for him. My nonchalant attitude towards acting stereotypical hood had done me a favor. Big Head thought I was clueless to how drug dealing worked. He didn't know my true background of how I grew up, nor did I care to explain. He spoke to me about teaching me the basics down to how to weigh the weed. I just told him that I got it and no need to worry. He then gave me a half an ounce, 14 grams of some good weed. We shook hands and I told him I would let him know when I was done. I walked out the room held high, as it was my time to shine. I entered my room and saw Bolton and Jorgen playing the game. I had already had a skill for personal use, but I was now grabbing it to put it to work. As I checked to make sure everything was accurate, I felt Bolton watching over my shoulder. "What are you about to do with that?" he asked. I responded, I was going to sell it. I didn't look at him because I was focusing on the scale calculations, but I could see him through the sink mirror. He had eyes so envious I could physically feel them. Bolton got his weed from a different guy and would get complaints from customers about its low quality. I had that gas. I ignored it because all I could think about was the money I was about to make. I had been in many smoke sessions with people and sold everyone cigars to roll their weed. I had a clientele waiting before I started. I sold that first bag in an hour. I sent Big Head the money via mobile payment and he texted me to come to his room ASAP. I did, and when I got there, he looked in awe. He was praising me on how fast I sold it and was ready to give me another half ounce. I saw the smile on his face, but greed in his eyes. I was a natural at selling weed, and I knew my potential drug dealing was unlimited. I had the plan to do what I had to do and stay on my pivot. A few days after the basketball tournament in Baton Rouge, we returned to campus. Bolton and I saw Zoe hanging in front of the dorm. He then asked us to match a blunt, meaning have a smoke session. We agreed. Before you knew it, Zoe had been accepted into our space. Zoe and I began a separate bond as we were certified stoners. We would smoke all day, every day if we didn't have class. My new room had become the spot again. We would have smoke sessions with the Splash Bros and different groups of women. Everything was cool until the saying come true. All good things must come to an end. That same week, I got a school-wide email saying that my university would no longer offer one of the scholarships that I had starting the next semester. This scholarship in particular covered most of my finances with the school. The timing of this was crazy to me. I then felt like it was meant for me to be a trapper. Shit had gotten real. I was now hustling with the added drive that if I don't, how could I stay in school? This had me thinking about how can I make my business grow. I got the bright idea to do a deal. If people bought some weed from me, I would give them a cigar free. This turned out to be genius because I would make more profit faster and it would help separate me from the competition. This would make the difference between a customer buying from me and buying from another dealer. I had basically two birds, one stone solution. The ultimate X factor, again, was convenience. Business was expanding at a rapid rate. I was getting so much love, but I was also building hate in others. The same clientele that used to knock on my door for Bolton now started to ask for me. They used to buy low quality weed from dealers because that was the only option. They now had a choice and I was the preference. I noticed Bolton's behavior change. There would be a knock on the door and he would rush to the door to try to basically beat me to sales. This interestingly helped me learn more about the types of people. Him doing this would cause the timid customers to feel pressure to buy from him since they had before. I was feeling good about my business to the point I acted clueless to his mischievous ways. He would look at me when a customer would just say what they wanted without saying from whom. Sometimes I would just tell him he could have the sale because I felt he needed it, and I would make another sale in probably the next few minutes. I felt like it was enough for both of us. I had the team player mentality that everybody eats. Sometimes I would let him do this without the customer knowing. A client would text me they were coming and I would stay on my side of the room to let Bolton do the transaction. It got to the point customers would text me after the sale was completed and say blatantly, they know that wasn't my product. They only wanted weed from me. A problem would show up when he tried this rush to the door method with more assertive customers. These customers were true smokers and wanted quality. Even though he had been supplying them for the year, they would knock and then tell him they came to cop from me. Every time this happened, Bolton would have a frown on his face that he tried to hide. I began to market my business on Snapchat considering the fact I could see who was watching my posts and the post would automatically self-destruct in 24 hours. I posted a menu list involving my new deal of buying weed to get a cigar free. I thought I had found a loophole about drug dealers being discreet, but I didn't realize how much hate for me had been spread. I got a private snap message from my older cousin who was 10 years my senior that said, "You got to be the stupidest motherfucker alive. Trey." Trey was my uncle who had done over 10 years in prison. I had been called a genius my whole life and was the only family member in college. So him calling me this threw my brain into scramble mode. It hurt me emotionally. That was his reaction, and he didn't even talk to me. He didn't even try to understand me or see things from my standpoint. He was fed a self-hatred biased opinion projected from my shameful cousin that I was going astray. The thing was, Trey had texted me this off my cousin's phone. My cousin had told my uncle, not in a way of concern that his cousin is about to throw his life away, but he had ill intentions. My cousin did this because he had been on a steamroll downhill in his life for a while. He had recently done something that caused shame to the entire family. So this was his way of getting the negative attention off him. A few moments later, my mother calls and I can hear how upset she was. I had informed her of my new tuition situation. She didn't think this would be my solution. The call we were having had to end because I had class to attend. After class, I went back to my room, and my room was actually completely empty, as this was rare. I sat on my bed, smoked a blunt to reflect on that secret that only lasted about a week. I was officially a dope boy. Nikki was in disagreement with me about my trapping. At first, I was naive, thinking she was concerned for safety reasons. I became aware that she knew this new business would only elevate my social status, causing more women for her to compete with. This all changed shortly when she became my partner in crime. She was Bunny, and I was Clyde. Whenever I would have something to do that I couldn't be in my room to sell, she would stay there for me. I taught her how to weigh it, bag it, and make sure the transaction was complete. People would contact my phone and tell me what they needed. I would text Nikki and she would have it for them at my door. It was another perfect business strategy, as it was now like a 24-hour business. On some of the times I wouldn't be in my room, Zoe and Bolton would be with me. Once Bolton grasped that I had Nikki in the room while we were gone, he asked if he could get her to do the same thing with his stash. I again didn't mind because I felt we were all on the same team. He began to text Nikki and tell her if someone was coming to get some weed from him. Zoe had a certain look of uncomfort on his face. The next day when Zoe and I were smoking alone, he gave me some unsolicited advice that Nikki was my girl that I had running the trap for me. She was my trap queen. Bolton needed to set up his own situation like that and not use mine. I took this into account as Zoe was a little older and was from the south side of Chicago, a place just as crime-filled as my hometown. One night, I told Nikki I needed her to stay in the trap for me. She came and the Splash Bros and I went to go play basketball. I had left my phone in my room because this wasn't a long hoop session. When we came back, Bolton and Zoe were having a sports argument, nothing serious. Somehow, some way, Bolton mentioned something about Trish. He tried to do it in cold talk, but Nikki immediately caught it. She then says out loud something that caught me completely off guard. So the only reason you invited me over is because she was telling you no? This statement froze me and everyone in the room. She continues with, yeah, I read the messages. I didn't freeze because I felt caught, but I froze out of confusion. Nikki knew about Trish and a lot of other girls I dealt with. So what was suddenly the problem? I then asked her why she would go through my phone. I wasn't trying to gaslight her, but I really was confused. Why would she go through my phone as if she was going to catch me doing something that I was not hiding? We weren't in an exclusive relationship, even though we acted like it. I didn't realize it, but Nikki wanted more. Nikki didn't just want to be on the team anymore. She wanted to be the team. True be told, she was for sure the MVP of the team, so she had every right to make demands. That's how it usually works, right? The thing about it was, I was a player inside and out. Pimping was in me, not on me. I was reluctant to give it to her because I just couldn't give up my bachelor lifestyle. Also, my fear of commitment was bigger than my love for her. The perfect analogy to describe this situation was my star player was sitting out waiting for a max contract. I was the front office and I had the power to sign the pen on the contract. The tension between me and Nikki could wait. So Bolton and I were going to get food when Kelly decided to come along. This food run would be different than any of the ones we previously had. Bolton had stayed with Kelly for a very brief period, but this allowed him to truly see behind the scenes of how much I did for Kelly. This led to Bolton asking the concerning questions regarding Kelly's personal financial situation. He also began to praise me for how much I did for Kelly and saying I really didn't have to do all that. He came to me with these concerns as if he wanted to help me with Kelly, but I now understand there was an ulterior motive. I made it clear to him during this conversation that I was extremely disappointed and upset with Kelly for not registering for school. I was also upset because he was still lingering around the campus even though he wasn't enrolled. He didn't have a job. He didn't have a hustle. He wasn't a student. So why was he still there? Why was he trying to attend every party and event when he wasn't even a student? He couldn't afford to buy his own ticket. What was his purpose? These things were still on my mind even though he almost got me kicked out by throwing me under the bus for his faults. I thought I forgave him, but I surely didn't forget. This extra anger made me realize I really didn't even forgive him. I was just being tolerant for the sake of the Splash Bros. That realization led me to the conclusion that the next time a scenario came up where I had to cover for him, he was on his own now. When Kelly was excitedly ready to join us on this food run, me and Bolton made eye contact. There was a sense and feeling that something was about to happen, and it was the moment of truth. Bolton got the keys from Jorgen, and we headed out. It was late night, early morning, around 1 a.m. We headed to a franchise burger joint for the late night munchies. Me and Bolton sat in the front seat while Kelly sat in the back. When we arrived at the menu at the drive-thru, Bolton said in a sarcastic way, "I don't know if they're gonna allow us to place 3 orders." "Kelly, are you placing an order?" Kelly responded with no, not catching the drift of Bolton. Bolton then placed his order first. I placed my order. The cashier asked me through the mic, would there be anything else? Before I could even respond to tell her no, the entitlement soared from Kelly's heart. Kelly then began saying, "Damn, so y'all ain't gonna buy me nothing to eat?" The silence was once again extremely loud. He then proceeded to talk about how people weren't real and that somebody, as he emphasized, was going to buy him some food. This all seemed to be new information to me. In the past, when this situation happened, the answer was always yes. He was always taken care of and in good hands. I did things for Kelly out of the kindness of my heart because I saw him as my brother. But this was my first time really seeing how he truly felt about everything I had done for him. My perspective of it was me helping my brother. But his perspective was that this was supposed to be happening. I had to do stuff for him. I looked at him through the rearview mirror in the car and I was purely disgusted. Is this really who I've been calling my friend this whole time? This person in the back seat I had been coddling and blinding myself with friendship. This person wasn't down on their luck by accident. This person was a bum, and I had just the test to prove it. I then told the cashier to add an extra burger onto my order. The car was completely silent until we arrived at the window to grab the food. Bolton passed me my bag and I took out the extra burger I added to my order. I then took the burger and literally threw it at Kelly in a disrespectful fashion as if he were a dog. I did this with pure intention to disrespect him. I did not know what his reaction would have been, but I didn't care. My anger was ready for whatever was about to happen. Kelly then grabbed the burger and, in a savage fashion, unwrapped it in less than 1 second and began to devour the burger as if he hadn't eaten all week. I watched this in the rearview mirror in complete disgust, turning stomach sickness. That was not the reaction that I expected. I couldn't believe I was watching him behave as if he had never been into civilization. I began looking out the window as we drove off, and I did this the rest of the drive. In order for us to get back on campus, we all had to have our school IDs. As we turned on the street, Bolton asked us, do we have our IDs? And we both confirmed, yes, this would be a smooth process. We turned into the security guard at the campus entrance, no less than 30 seconds later. He then asked us for our IDs. Bolton and I gave them to him with no problem. He then asked Kelly about his ID, and Kelly says that he doesn't have it with him. Out of all the bullshit I had allowed from Kelly, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. The security guard wasn't about to allow Kelly back on campus, but I was able to smoothly talk to confirm that Kelly was a student. As soon as we began to drive off, my blood continued to boil. Bolton then asked Kelly, why? Kelly began to brush off Bolton and not take him seriously. I could not control my anger at this point. Once I noticed Kelly's dismissive attitude towards Bolton's question, I just snapped. Why the fuck do you keep lying? What the fuck? Why the fuck is that all you do is lie? We just asked you 10 seconds ago, literally, did you have your ID? What the fuck is your purpose of lying all the time? I said this in a very upset tone. Bolton's eyes were wider than the Red Sea. Kelly began to look out the window as he couldn't even look me in my eyes while I was turned to the back seat. He tried to play it in a masculine and be calm with the stoic, I don't know who he think he's talking to. Once he did this, it really came out, all the emotion and rage that I had been held in from the moment of his first betrayal. It was finally time to express myself. Even though I was upset, this conversation was intended to help Kelly in a way. I began to tell him about everything that was true. He was there just laying around campus he didn't enroll in. He was wasting his life, wasting his time. I told him he needed to go home immediately. I asked him directly, why are you even here? He had no response the entire time as my words were cutting deep from the truth. The way back to my dorm was a 2-minute drive, which I told him about himself the entire time. Bolton's face the entire time was shocked at how blunt and direct my words were. Once the car parked, my final words to him were to be felt and understood. I told him we were not cool. I told him to get his backpack out of my room immediately and don't come around me or to my spot. Kelly exited the car with his head held down, saddened, and didn't say a word. In that moment, my feelings of grief from losing such a close friendship had expired after the judicial situation. I gave Kelly multiple chances because I wanted better for him. Kelly has shown me that you can't want more for somebody than they want from themselves. And he taught me if you do too much for someone, they won't do it for themselves. The only thing they will worry about is what you didn't do for them. It took an extra minute for Bolton and I to get out of the car. I had been yelling so intensely, I was winded. Bolton's jaw was still dropped during the entire time. We finally made it back to the room, and Kelly had done as I said. He grabbed his bag and was nowhere to be seen. Jorgen and Zoe were playing the game on Jorgen's side, while Nikki was still on my side doing her homework. Even though Nikki and I had just gotten into a verbal disagreement about Trish, it didn't matter. Bolton entered my room trying to contain his smile as I could tell he was ready to tell what he just witnessed. Nikki, on the other hand, knew something was wrong. When I got on my side of the room, I didn't have to say anything because we were almost in sync with our bond. It was again one of the times where she had my back in ways no one else did. This time, I needed her emotionally. I began sitting on the side edge of my twin XL bed smoking a blunt. Nikki began to rub my back as I reflected on the intense conversation I just had. It felt like dead weight was finally lifted off of me. I finished my blunt and prepared for the next day. The next day, word got back to me that Kelly had finally departed campus for good, but I honestly didn't give a fuck. This day seemed to have a very uplifting and promising mood. Refund checks had been deposited. I knew I had to enjoy this one because it would be my last. I was only getting about $200 this time. This was the least amount I had gotten my entire time at the university, but due to the tuition increases every year, the sum constantly dropped. Only this time around, I knew I was going to flip this one. As I sat on my bed planning how I would turn this 200 into more, Bolton began bragging about his refund being over $6,000. Jorgen, Zoe, and Bolton decided to take a trip to the mall. I stayed back. I had to meet Big Head about some business. Big Head and I met in the parking lot behind my dorm building. See, the thing with Big Head was he was very cocky and an arrogant individual, but he would switch into a very manipulative, nice comrade. I noticed he would do this anytime he was trying to get the best of someone. Big Head began complimenting me and praising me once again about how great I was at selling weed. He began to go on and on about luxurious lifestyles and that we would soon be driving around campus in exotic and foreign cars. Him saying these things raised my senses and alertness. Big Head then began venting about how I was different from the two guys he had working for him. He called them names to make them seem inferior and talk about them in a derogatory way. Big Head didn't know he was teaching me a lesson at this time. The two guys Big Head had working for him considered him to be like a big brother, not only because he was their senior by multiple years, but they had a respect for him. He was trying to tell me how much better I was than them to draw me closer into his scheme. If Big Head was willing to downplay his loyal soldiers to convince me that we should do more together, why wouldn't he do the same to me in the future that he's doing to them at this moment? Big Head will only be saying these things because he wanted something, and I had to figure out what exactly he was trying to do. I listened to him without saying much of anything, just analyzing. We did the normal transaction, and I returned to my room and began bagging up and breaking down the weed. An hour later, I told Big Head I was done with it. He texted me back in less than a minute and told me to meet him again in his room. Big Head was ecstatic when I walked in and handed him cold, hard cash. I told him I couldn't stay long as business was booming, and for the first time, he didn't hold me to praise me and boost my ego. He was smiling from ear to ear as I exited the door, and I noticed out of the corner of my eye. Big Head didn't know it, but he was falling right into my plan. I had already had some cash saved up, and I just added the refund money on top of it. I had sold some of the pack that I had gotten from him an hour earlier, but I didn't sell all of it. At this time, I was taking a class on marketing. I had learned about assets and liabilities. Some people say weed is a drug, and some people say weed is a plant. But I had understood that weed was now an asset to me. Instead of keeping cash, I would just now collect as much weed as I could because I knew it was going to sell no matter what. I also knew that Big Head had a big mouth. Big Head would brag on me to some people to make himself look good. Even though me and Big Head had a business partnership, I knew he would categorize me with the two guys he had working for him. His cockiness and arrogance would help market my business while he wanted the fame and notoriety of trying to be the man. I was trying to get the money. As I was sitting in my room bagging up the weed, the Splash Bros returned from the mall. Nikki had just brought me some food, so she was chilling in my bed. Zoe and Jorgen entered first, and they had a few items. But when Bolton entered, he had a whole lot of bags. The first thing he says once he enters is, "Man, I just spent like $2,000. He had apparently changed into a brand new outfit while still at the mall. Nikki then began to compliment him on his attire. Bolton was feeling himself to the fullest, even so to the point he had bought designer underwear. He then began raising his shirt to where you can see his belly button area with his pubic hairs in order to show off the name brand along his waistline. Nikki then made a joke about Bolton's stomach itching because he kept raising his shirt to show his underwear waistline. This made me pause in my bagging process. But the pause only lasted 1 second literally because I had just got a text that somebody needed to buy some weed. Bolton and Nikki had begun calling each other in-laws because of me. She would call him brother-in-law and he would call her sister-in-law, the same way he called Trish his sister. Bolton unloaded all of his new belongings and pulled out a brand new bong that had been purchased. My week had started rough, so this was a mood lightener. The Splash Bros then proceeded to get high as fuck. The difference between hitting a bong and smoking a blunt is very noticeable. We smoked ourselves into kush comas. A new day, the sun rose, and so did the mood again. When I got back from my morning classes, Zoe was already smoking as usual. Bolton entered and then said there was a group of young ladies that would like to smoke with us. It was cool with me because if they were coming to smoke, they had potential to buy some weed and cigars. Plus, the player in me never minded the company of beautiful young ladies. The young ladies entered, and one particular in the group I had recently private messaged to shoot my shot over the Christmas break. Mila had a slim, petite, athletic build with beautiful brown skin. She said thank you to the compliment, but the conversation went no further. This particular group of girls were from Cali. There were 4 of them, and there were 4 Splash Bros in the room. Everyone enjoyed the new bong, and the smoke session was going smooth. Well, the smoke session was going on, but I was still making plays selling in between this. They all sat on Jorgen's side of the room because I had now built another man cave like I did freshman year. I was quiet most of the time. This caused the women in the room to become interested in my silence. They began to question why was I so distant in the smoke session. The thing was, I was a ladies' man, but I was now chasing cash over ass. The smoke session concluded with the girls from California. No less than an hour later, Bolton re-entered the room saying there were more people that wanted to smoke and have a session. As I mentioned, before Zoe and I were stoners, so we were going to smoke anyway. These different smoke sessions continued throughout the day. My room was basically turning into a smoke shop, and Bolton welcomed everyone. Everywhere we went around campus, Bolton would brag about his new bong. Although I was popular, I was a very introverted individual. I didn't really like people, but people loved me. Therefore, I could act as an omnivert in many situations. I became less participative in the smoke sessions As time went on, I liked to smoke by myself or with a few people close to me. I also saw weed differently. I used weed to socialize only sometimes, but the weed was my escape from reality. That's not just my habit anymore, it's my business. I always heard growing up, you don't get high off your own supply. This is a quote from the legendary movie Scarface starring Al Pacino. As quick as these sessions lit the mood, they were about to destroy the mood just as fast. I was right to disengage as these sessions would become a problem. Zoe and I were smoking in my room early one morning around 7. Zoe had a room all to himself, but he preferred to kick it with me in my room. Zoe and I had built a friendship to the point that this was completely normal. I had started getting accustomed to waking up to Zoe at the edge of my bed passing me a blunt. Our wake and bake sessions helped both of us, our hot tempers, prepare for the day ahead. It was safe to assume Zoe had gravitated to me more than Bolton. Jorgen and Bolton were sleeping in for different reasons. Jorgen began to just not go to class because he felt like he was a jock. Bolton would just lay on his mattress on the floor just being lazy. Zoe and I had 8 a.m. classes on this day. When we returned from our classes, those two were still sleeping. I was weighing my supply as usual. I would do this every time I left and came back from my room. I did this to check no one had gotten into my stash and because I was mentally calculating how to expand. I was on the side of the room when there was a knock at the door, followed by an opening. The room door surprisingly was never locked, despite being a trap essentially. Bolton didn't have a key, and the constant traffic flow usually meant someone was always there. The only time the room was locked if we all went somewhere as a group. A basketball player by the name of Juice entered my room. Juice stayed directly across the hall. Juice was not your average college kid. Juice was 28 years old and living in the dorms, yet he was still the life of the party type. He was about 6'8" in height and around 225 pounds. Juice was a rare clientele that only shopped with Bolton no matter the quality. I didn't care to understand why until I noticed these pieces of information built a puzzle image when put together. Juice entered the room and shared a few laughs with Zoe and I. Zoe then made the joke to Bolton saying, "Get your ass up, man, move this mattress." Bolton's eyes were open, but he still laid there lazily. Juice then began to berate Bolton and tower over where he laid. He then began kicking Bolton's mattress and his tone was more aggressive. The jokes were turning into disrespect, not only streetwise, but as a man in general. Boundaries were being crossed by someone who was not even close to you. Bolton then got up and bagged Juice's order with no resistance or backbone. When this happened, a random flashback was triggered in my head. I remember during the times Bolton moved in because he was robbed. One time, Bolton had some extra weed from a pack. I watched him call a known athlete to say he could have it just cuz. He did this while I was sitting in my room and he was next to me. I wasn't an entitled individual, but I remember feeling something was wrong in that moment. I ignored those feelings. I didn't understand how that puzzle piece fitted yet. Once they finally did get up, Bolton started his routine of wanting a smoke session. I really didn't feel like associating much that day, so I decided I would save my energy for my clientele. Once Zoe hears Bolton mentions this, Zoe then mentions Bolton letting everybody put their mouth on the bong. Zoe was right. It was unsanitary and honestly a health hazard. Zoe was like my eyes for things I couldn't see because I was so caught up in trying to find a new balance of being a dope boy and a schoolboy. When Zoe said this, I really began to notice just how filthy Bolton was. I spent so much time in my cave on the side that I felt like I had another room inside. I then looked over the sheet separating my side from Jordan and Bolton's. I realized I had been thinking about so many other things that I was on autopilot. Their side of the room was not just disorganized, but it was extremely dirty. The mini trash can by the sink had trash piled so high that the trash was now equivalent in height to the countertop. There were empty chip bags, candy wrappers, and bottles all over the floor. There were boxes of old takeout that I know we got a few days earlier. My eyes navigated across, analyzing just how dirty it was. Then I glanced back to my side, and it was spotless. No wonder Zoe would spend his time on my side. I would be lost in thoughts like this and once again sidetracked by a text from a customer. Bolton and Zoe bickered for a few more minutes, but ultimately Bolton went ahead to plan the session. When the guest arrived this time, it was Mila from the Cali group and her friends. Nikki had come by after her classes and was chilling in my man cave. From where I stood, you could see my head over the man cave, but that was it. The Cali girls then proceeded to buy cigars from me. They handed the money to Bolton to pass to me. Bolton then walked close to me and proceeded to say, "Can I match them this time?" He said he was running low on weed and that he would put up the weed for the next smoke session. I was already smoking a blunt to myself at this time. I looked at him with a side eye because why would you even set up a smoke session and then claim you don't have any weed? I didn't want to embarrass him in front of the women because that's not something that players do. I gave him a gram of weed and the cigars for the ladies. No one else in the room heard him ask me this, so the clueless Cali girls began to make jokes towards me about my silence. Before I could even respond to their humor, Nikki let out a mocking laugh of the girls. There was a pause because they had no idea she was there and felt her animosity toward them. Bolton then began rambling about random topics. As I bagged up a few sacks, I wasn't indulging in the smoke session, but I always kept my ears open. I wasn't a big talker in general, so I called it hustling with my ears. If you listen and let people talk, they will tell you exactly who they are and what they want. One of the Cali members then brings up that Bolton said he was supposed to get an apartment. Bolton then says, "Why would I do that? And I can just stay here for free." This sent an eerie feeling down my spine. The tone in which he said this was very cocky. This made me realize how you can get caught up in the fast life. The discipline it took to be a college student along with the distractions was already a struggle, and then you add in the fast cash. My entire brain chemistry and thought processes were changing rapidly. I was so distracted I had lost sense of time. He had been living in my room for 4 months now. This was way longer than the 2 weeks we had agreed on in the beginning. Things would have been different if he didn't say that because I was there for my friends. It was deja vu. It was the same as when Kelly showed me he was getting over on me and acting helpless to avoid responsibility. I realized how long I was reflecting on this thought, going through many flashbacks when I saw how long the ash on the blunt I had. Once the smoke session was over, Bolton walked out with the Cali girls. Nikki had to go to work study in the nurse's office, and Jordan went with another splash bro. This left me and Zoe. It was completely silent, and he had already begun smoking his blunt for our private session. I could feel the energy that there was an elephant in the room. We smoked silently for a few minutes before Bolton re-entered with Big Head this time. Big Head entered the room loud-mouthed and full of energy. Bolton then showed him the bong and then sat it on the concrete floors. Big Head and Bolton were talking to each other, but Big Head wanted to shift the conversation to me, the cash cow. In the midst of this, Big Head kicks the bong, shattering the glass on the floor. I just shook my head as Big Head began telling Bolton it was an accident. He told him, "My bad," very nonchalantly, which had me thinking there was some intent in his actions. The conversation ended with Bolton sad-faced and Big Head leaving as if nothing happened. Zoe and I decided to get some fresh air. I realized my introversion was maximized since I started trapping. I stayed in my room most hours because I was really trapped by the dopamine rushes from sales. This realization led to Zoe and I taking an extensive outside break to soak up the college environment. It was now nighttime. I returned to my room alone to Bolton standing at my desk drawer. Jorgen was chilling in his bed. Bolton kept his weed in my top desk drawer where I kept my cigars. I went and sat on my bed and things were quiet. Bolton then sat next to me with tears in his eyes. He asked if anyone had been in the room, but how could I know? I wasn't there. He then says that someone stole 5 grams of his weed. Bolton's plug was fronting him 1 ounce at a time, equaling 28 grams. He then moans about how he doesn't know how he was going to pay his plug back. Being a real one is not easy. Seeing him cry made me momentarily forget about his stunts earlier. He had his hands on his face, fully crying. When I told him I would give him the 5 grams, just give me $50 from his next re-up, I had been hustling enough. This would not affect my business at all. He then began to smile and thank me. It was very sudden, but a complete mood swing. Zoe then entered for our nightly smoke session as Bolton filled him in. One morning, Nikki and I were laying in my bed on our phones. It was only us two in the room. She tried to show me a funny video on her Snapchat, but I noticed something else. Nikki had a snap streak with a guy. This guy turned out to be one of her exes back home. She was trying to explain to me that she was cool with all her exes. She thought it was no big deal. Some days they would send a blank screen just to keep the streak alive. I had heard of people messaging for the sake of snap streaks, but I was not trying to hear that shit. It said they had been messaging for 26 days in a row. Nikki had spent a lot of time in my room in those 26 days. That means she had been messaging this dude while she was with me? Although I was a player and still doing my thing, I never tried to hide it. I was honest with her about it, and I expected the same from her. She always denied dealing with others. She would tell me I was the only person she was interested in. I was heated, but I couldn't let her see a player sweat. I calmly told her to get out of my room. She asked if I was serious, and I said yes. She then asked, am I sure this is what I want to do? She did all this dragging her feet, stalling time. I told her to get all of her things. She was now standing next to my bed with a bag of her items. I saw her looking around, thinking of a way to buy more time. I was still laying down with my back up in the bed. I had on a shirt that she had bought me in the past. She then tells me that the shirt is hers, so take it off. I guess she thought this would rattle me, but I took it off and threw it at her feet on the ground. This sent Nikki into rage mode. I had never seen her this angry before. She began tearing down the sheets that built the man cave. She was looking to destroy everything in sight. I knew that it was not only my stuff in the room, so I jumped up to grab her and contain her. She started trying to bite me. I kept telling her to stop and get out. I was able to pick her up and take her closer to the door. I now stood between her and all of the belongings in the room. She realized I was standing firm on my decision to tell her to go. She then opened the door and walked out. I thought it was done till suddenly she began opening and slamming the door constantly. She was trying to get a reaction out of me, but I was nonchalant to her actions. She gave up and left. I started smoking and processing my emotions at that time. She wasn't my girlfriend, so technically she wasn't cheating. On the other hand, it was the principle of her acting so innocent instead of telling me what she was on. I felt disrespected by her texting another guy in my presence. The Splash Bros enter and I tell them the news. We all had the same conclusion. The best thing for me to do was take the time I was spending with her and give it to one of my hoes. The simple next woman up method. Things took an even darker turn when Bolton showed us the Snapchat pic she had just posted. She showed her arm with marks on it saying domestic abuse is real. What the fuck? I never hit her. Not even a shove. She tried to destroy my room and attack me. What was she doing? How did she even make those bruise marks? Bolton sent her a private message saying to chill. Her post sent me into a frantic mode. I was selling weed out of my room and didn't need any police activity. Bolton and I then grabbed all our contraband and sat it in Jorgen's car. While I was doing this, I called home to my mother to let her know I may be going to jail. I wanted to let her know that it was going to be okay because I did not do whatever she said I did. I didn't have time to explain the entire scenario. I just wanted to give her a heads up. Luckily, Nikki deleted the post soon after. No police got involved, and I continued my week giving Nikki's time to a few different women. Throughout that week, Nikki made several attempts to contact me. I ignored her texts and her calls. Then her friend Liz texted me and said she needed to buy something. I had no issue or beef with Liz, so I said okay. I opened the suite door and saw Liz, then Nikki leaned against the wall in a white mink coat and high heels. What the hell? The fuck, she thought this was a soap opera? She was looking at me in the face like a bitter ex-wife or something. I ignored her and remained cool. The transaction was complete and Nikki walked away in catwalk fashion. I closed the door and let out a slight smile as those dramatics were low-key entertaining. Her next attempt was writing me a love letter and sliding it under my door. I read it, burned it, then flushed the remains in the toilet. She then texted me that I had lots of things I left in her room. I did, so I went to retrieve my belongings. She had her door unlocked waiting for my arrival. I walked into my stuff in a plastic grocery bag on her desk. Nikki was standing by her bed, staring at me. I just went to her, grabbed the bag, and I was about to walk out. As I headed for the door, Nikki jumped in front of it. She was trying to speak, but it seemed she couldn't find the words. I was about to open the door and leave when she did the unexpected. Nikki fell to the ground and grabbed my ankle. She was crying her eyes out, begging me to stay and take her back. I literally was frozen in shock when she did this. I did not know how to respond or to react to what I was seeing. This was not a joke. This was really happening. I felt uncomfortable by the scene because my brain could not process this. I began to tug away until she finally let go. I walked out the room and she cried even harder while still laying on the floor. What the fuck just happened? I thought to myself. I put this in the back of my mind because I had business to handle. The next day I was in my room bagging up. Nikki walked in on the phone. This visit was unannounced and I made it clear we were done. I stared at Nikki confused. Nikki then came into my man cave and sat on my bed. She told the person she would call them back. She told me straight up that she wanted to be back in my life and she came to fight for me. She said it just like that, confidently. This was a complete 180 from how she was the day prior. Honestly, after all her efforts that week, despite the bullshit she pulled, she had shown me she was still on my team. My bed in this dorm was very low, only a few inches off the ground. I stood close to her, but never sat down. Before I could give her any type of answer, she began performing oral sex on me. She started performing like a superstar. Yep, she was definitely getting back on the team. Once I ejaculated, I just shook my head yes. I didn't have to say anything. She knew we were okay now. She then said she wanted to try something called rolled ice cream. Nikki and I kept things so private we had never been on a date before. We didn't even talk in public on campus. The only reason people knew about us was because of me leaving the trap in her hands. A lot of people did not know her name. She had become known as T-Mac's girl, literally. I was reluctant at first, but I decided to go. We sat at the ice cream place and had a lovely first official date. We discussed setting up some boundaries, and one of those boundaries was no friends of the opposite gender. That included her guy best friend, Reese, back in her hometown. Mr. Jerry then told us about another basketball tournament he needed his select team for. This time, the games were 6 hours away in Tennessee. When I got news of this, I was very excited. Mr. Jerry had informed us that we should be staying multiple days. He also said all we needed was spending money. Expenses and hotels were covered. 2 days before we were due to depart, Bolton shared with me and Zoe that he had an uncle that passed away. Bolton usually was very emotional, but it seemed as if he was looking to gauge our reaction. Zoe and I didn't say anything because death was something that was almost normal where we came from. Later that day, we found out that our starting point guard wouldn't be joining us on this trip. He had a vacation already planned with a friend from home before Mr. Jerry told us about the basketball tournament. Our point guard was a crucial piece to our team. It didn't matter at that time, though. We still felt as if we had enough to do great in this tournament. The day before we left, Bolton decided that he was going to stay back from this trip. This was odd to me at the time because the very emotional Bolton had yet to show any signs of sadness and grief. It felt like he was trying to conjure up as much sympathy as he could from the passing, but we really seemed to not give him what he wanted. At the time, it was a slight mood killer that he wasn't going to join us. At the end of the day, though, I was going whether he was or not. Big Head had found out that Bolton was staying behind. Therefore, I was there to witness Big Head convince Bolton to sell some of his weed while we were gone. Zoe was very excited to go on this trip because a guy he knew growing up stayed only 30 minutes from where we were playing. Zoe reached out to him and he was just excited as Zoe. We boarded the bus and I headed directly for the back seat furthest from the front. Once the van was loaded, the team didn't look nearly the same as it did the last time. It wasn't just Bolton and our point guard missing. There were at least 5 players from the last time that weren't going to make this trip. Mr. Jerry would be the driver and informed us that we had a long road ahead of us. An hour into the drive, Zoe had made his way from the middle row to the seat next to Jerry driving. It had started pouring down raining. Zoe then informed the entire bus that Mr. Jerry said we could smoke. Everyone paused and thought he was joking, but Mr. Jerry didn't say anything after Zoe said this. My boldness made me be the one to test if this was true or not. I had smoked so much weed in the past, it literally took me less than a minute and 30 seconds to roll the entire blunt. I fired up the blunt and Mr. Jerry never even turned around, but everyone else did. It was now on. Almost everyone who had brought weed began firing up and smoking. Blunts was rotating everywhere, and there was the true definition of team bonding. This was almost unheard of for our coach to allow us to smoke on the team van owned by the university. A lot of weed got smoked very fast, but there was a difference with guys like me and Zoe. Once the majority got done smoking and matching blunts, I began to roll personal ones just for me. The only other person allowed to hit my blunts would be Zoe. The person sitting next to me made a joke that I wasn't going to get any higher. It was impossible. He didn't understand that I was smoking weed was like smoking cigarettes to me. I wanted to smoke weed whether I was already high or trying to get high. I just love smoking weed. Zoe was sitting a few rows up next to a guy named Mike. I could overhear Zoe and Mike talking about the strand of weed they had brought. Mike was an upperclassman, but he had all the actions of a little child. Mike was notorious for being annoying. Literally, I had just finished my first personal blunt and I was about to take a nap. But Zoe walked through the aisle to pass me a blunt that Mike had rolled. I hit the blunt twice and then suddenly Mike says to me, "T-Mac, you smoking my blunt, but you ain't let me hit yours." Nigga, what? I was completely offended by this, especially with the tone he used as if I needed to smoke his weed. I immediately handed the blunt back to Zoe, and when he said this, I told Mike, "Nah, don't worry about it, my nigga. You smoke up there, and I'm gonna stay back here. I ain't gotta hit your weed, and we ain't gotta talk about it." I then rolled 3 more blunts, and I didn't pass these to even Zoe. Zoe wasn't offended at all that I didn't pass to him because this action spoke louder than any words I could have ever used. Mike was already running low on weed, and we hadn't even arrived. I was showing him that there are levels to this. Nobody on the bus said anything, but from the look at their faces, everybody knew I basically just stunned on him. My respect throughout the team was already there, but it got an extra boost after this. We were in for a surprise when we entered the city. I had forgotten that this city was the one that hosted the state championships for Tennessee. Our basketball tournament was booked during the same time of these championship tournaments. All the hotels throughout the city were booked. Mr. Jerry then pulls into a Motel 6. Ah, hell no. Everyone in the van began to express their dissatisfaction with the location. Mr. Jerry then told us that this was the only place they had rooms available. Before we could make it out the bus, Zoe had called his friend named Blow. While we were standing outside in the motel parking lot, as Jerry checked in on us, Blow pulled up in a black Audi car. Zoe then tells me I should come with them, and Blow was cool with it. The thing was, I had built a bond with Zoe, but I really had just met him less than 2 months ago. Also, I didn't know about Blow or his friend he had with him at all. I wasn't going to stay with them, so I stayed with the team. There were supposed to be 4 people to each room with 2 beds in each room. Since Zoe had left, I was left to the room with Big Head and one of his do boys. Both of Big Head's do boys were on the trip, but neither could really hoop. One guy was to be the manager, and one guy was there as a placeholder. Once we got in the room, it was the stereotypical motel for sure. The room was very dim and light, and it didn't look thoroughly clean. The tournament didn't start until the next day, and it was evening time. One of the players on the team was a graduating senior. He also worked for the university while he was a student. He had convinced Mr. Jerry to give us the keys to the van. We decided as a team that we were going to have a night on the town to lighten the mood of our living situations. We found a place that was huge and full of fun. It was like a gigantic arcade that had everything from mini golf carts to golf. The go-kart track was so exclusive that we all wanted to do that before anything. Once we decided that we were all about to do the go-karts, Mike blurts out that he didn't have any money he brought on the trip at all. What the fuck, dude? I thought to myself. Mike was also a graduating senior and negating the fact that he tried to play on me with the weed situation in the van. Mike was too old to not understand there are certain things in life that you don't do. Going out of town and bringing no source of money was one of those things. How did he have the weed he brought, but he didn't have any money? Big Head then says that he will cover for Mike. He did this not because he was concerned about Mike, but he was trying to feed his ego and make himself seem like a boss. Nevertheless, we started go-karting, and once I started driving, it felt like I was in a video game. I was driving so smoothly that it felt like I was on Fast and the Furious. During the driving, I would zone out and just look at the surroundings, enjoying the moment. I ended up winning the race, and I didn't even know, nor did I care. It was just a good time that I needed. We then returned to our rooms. I took a shower and smoked a blunt, but I had to figure out how I was going to sleep in this bed. I put on my jumpsuit with the hoodie and laid on top of the comforter. I closed my eyes and I attempted to go to sleep, but I just couldn't when I looked over in the room and Big Head and his minion were snoring and knocked out completely. I began texting Nikki at about 2 a.m. I informed her of the situation that I was in and where I was at. She sent me encouraging words and told me I would be back to her soon. She told me to take care of business and my basketball games. This didn't help me sleep, but it got me through the night. The next morning, it was game time. We entered into a master gym that had over 10 basketball courts full size. This tournament was very official. It felt like we were playing AU basketball again. Our first game was at 8 a.m. against the hosting university, Middle Tennessee State University. Something strange was happening though. Zoe was nowhere to be found. Mr. Jerry tried to call him on the phone but got no answer. I then started trying and got the same result. What the fuck, Zoe? It was almost time to play. We started warming up and I noticed immediately the vibe was off. This team was almost completely different roster with a few pieces from the last time. The game was now tipping off. Before I could jump for the ball, I looked one more time and I still didn't see Zoe. Zoe was supposed to play point guard since our original point guard wasn't there. Zoe wasn't there now. He wasn't there with any explanation or heads up. I didn't even know if he was alive or something. That's the way my thought process worked since I came from where I came from. I then locked in and knew I had to focus on the game. The game started and Big Head wanted to be the point guard. Mr. Jerry didn't say anything, so nobody objected to Big Head being the point guard. Mr. Jerry never really coached us. He let us play amongst ourselves. He was kind of more of a supervisor than a coach. We started the game off terribly. Even though we had all played together on campus, this was different. We were playing under an official whistle. Big Head started the game missing 3 shots in a row. He never passed the ball in any of the possessions. He went straight to shoot. Meanwhile, the other team scored 3 times consecutively. I was irritated already less than 2 minutes into the game. I had yet to touch the ball on offense, and I was really starting to worry about where Zoe was. The next play, the other team finally missed, and I grabbed the rebound. I had my mind made up. I was going to get a bucket for my team. I was playing center, but that was only due to my height. I was a guard in a tall, lanky body. Centers usually don't dribble the ball up the court, or they can't. So when I did this, the other team bagged back closer to the goal. I took this opportunity to pull up a three-pointer and I hit it all net. When I made this shot, my teammates felt a spark. I knew at this moment my role on the team was way bigger than the last tournament. With all the missing pieces, I didn't realize the team was now looking at me to lead them. It seemed everyone understood this except Big Head. We began to fight back, but the referees started to favor the other team. I remember feeling frustrated that we were not in the lead, so I began to talk to myself angrily. One of the refs then threatened me to be kicked out of the game if I didn't calm down. I wasn't even doing anything or talking to anybody, but this was my realization that MTSU was going to win this game no matter what. We had 3 games on the schedule, and all teams had to do was win 1 game to advance to the next round the next day. We ended up losing the game by like 10 points, but we took it as a team just to say it was a wake-up call. We had a 30-minute break until our next game and still wasn't there. I tried to call him again, but he still didn't answer. Tip-off was approaching again, and my homie was still nowhere to be found. This game seemed to be more intense. We were playing a school of all white players, while our team was all black. There was no racist activity going on, but the energy in the air was thick. It was us versus them right now. Big Head started the game the exact same way. During this game, though, a few more of my teammates started to step up and make a few plays. I was dominating on defense, but Big Head was taking an extremely high volume of shots. On offense, I would set a screen to free Big Head up to make a pass or a shot. When I did this, my player would gravitate toward Big Head and I would head for the goal wide open. This happened about 7 times, and Big Head never passed the ball once. The game was close the entire time. With about a minute left, we were winning by 2 points. Big Head then gets sent to the free throw line. He misses both of them. I hustled back on defense and got the stop for the team. Even though Big Head had just missed these clutch free throws and had been shooting all game, the very next possession he went and took the exact same shot. Only this time I got the offensive rebound, but I was fouled. There was about 20 seconds left and we were still up by 2 points. Big Head then says, "I know T-Mac got the free throw." The first free throw I shot rolled around the rim a few times before rolling out of it. I was completely out of rhythm due to not receiving the ball and shooting shots throughout the game. The next shot I took did the exact same thing. When I did this, a player on the other team had already sprinted down the court and got a full court pass from his teammate for an easy layup. It was now a tie game with 15 seconds left. Big Head rushed down to the other end of the court to bring the ball up to our side. Even though the game was tied, Big Head was in a rush, as if we were losing. I knew he wasn't going to pass, so I was determined to get another offensive rebound. He did the exact same thing he had done the entire game. He waited for me to come set the screen and then rose into his shot. When he rose into his shot, I immediately looked at the rim and started to position myself for the miss. I then heard Big Head call out, "Mac," loudly. When he did this, I turned around and the ball was flying behind me. I tried to reach back to catch it, but it was too far from me. I then looked around and it seemed everyone was in shock and froze. What just happened? Big Head started having a childlike tantrum. Big Head then began screaming and stomping the floor, telling me how much of a bad player I was. He had fucked up. A fundamental rule you were taught growing up in basketball is you never leave your feet to pass. That was besides the point. If he had shot that shot the entire game, why the fuck would he pass it now? It was a simple explanation of trial and error. We had done the same thing over 10 times at this point. What would make him think to pass it now? We began to argue within a matter of seconds. The other team's point guard sprinted down the court and laid the ball up. I looked at the clock and it struck 0. we had lost again. This loss felt worse than the last one completely. We returned to the bench. Big Head was steadily trying to put the blame on me, and then Mr. Jerry agreed with me that Big Head was supposed to shoot the ball. He also agreed he was just as surprised as me that he didn't shoot the ball. I was so upset that moment, I was ready to go back to campus. I didn't want to play with these people anymore. I went to isolate myself a bit because there was a 2-hour window before our next game. Meanwhile, I was isolating myself. Big Head had huddled up my other teammates and was discussing something with them. I was sitting on the ground listening to music, and I looked up to Zoe walking toward me. Zoe was accompanied by Blow and Blow's homeboy. This felt like a relief. Not only was my friend safe, but I didn't feel so alone on the team anymore. He told me that they had got very wasted last night, and so he overslept. He told me he would be back and he had to go holler at Mr. Jerry and the team right quick. Zoe then came back to me and we started joking because he saw my mood was down and I was upset. He then made the joke that I should be ready to hoop. He also said I better catch the ball too. Him saying this let me know that Big Head was over there bad-mouthing me and had told him it was my fault that we had just lost. This made me so angry. There was still about an hour left before the game, and Blow decided we should grab some food. I went with them this time because I needed to get away from the team. While we were in the car, Zoe fires up a blunt. I realized that I did not smoke the morning before the game because I already didn't sleep the night before. Smoking would just make me tired. Zoe passed the blunt to me, and once I smoked it, I immediately started to feel better. They began to fill me in on the night they had, and I told them about the time we had. When we got back to the gym, I was in a completely different mood and zone than when I left. We were warming up doing layup lines, and the difference in feeling was immediately noticed by me. I didn't say a word to any of my teammates. When I got the ball, I was going to do a simple layup, but Zoe challenged me on my dunking skills. After he said his few reverse psychology words, I went and I dunked the ball as hard as I could. This dunk was so loud it grabbed the attention of many people in the gym. I looked at Zoe after, and all he could do was smile and shake his head yes. I proceeded to do powerful dunks until the warm-up was over. One of my teammates asked me if I was trying to break the rim. It was now game time. This team was way taller than us, but I could tell we had them beat athletically and skill-wise. As a slight punishment, Zoe was not allowed to start the game since he missed the first two. I didn't think it was possible, but Big Head started this game worse than the other two. He hogged the ball the first 8 possessions and missed all 8 shots. Mr. Jerry finally told him he needed to pass the ball. Zoe enters the game. A few minutes into it, as soon as Zoe entered the game, everything changed. It was like a complete switch. Zoe could really hoop. Our skill sets complemented each other well. Zoe and I had a chemistry where we could play a 2-man game inside of the full game. Either I was passing to him or he was passing it to me, and there was a score almost every time. Our chemistry began to rub off on some teammates. During the other team's free throw, Big Head said to me to the side, "Oh, so you're going to play now that Zoe here? You want to turn up now?" This comment pissed me off, but I was too locked into the game. Blow and his homeboy were in the stands and still were intoxicated, so they were being big fans and supporters of our team. Zoe and I were playing so well that a crowd began to form and ignored the other games going on. Then I noticed another crowd formed, but it was different. This was a crowd of college scouts from other universities. They wanted to watch us play once they saw me and Zoe. Even though me and Zoe were dominating, our teammates like Mike were getting killed. Mike had got crossed over twice in the game to the point where he had fallen on his buttocks. The player that Big Head was guarding was shooting a high volume of three-pointers, and he was making them. He was completely outplaying Big Head and almost single-handedly keeping his team in the game. We were still in the lead, so there was not that much pressure. Then things began to take a twist. We look at the scoreboard that hung over the court, and the score was wrong. They had given some of our points to the other team. The game paused when this error was noticed. I was still locked in on the game even during this timeout, but I was snapped back into reality by a few violent words. When I looked over, I saw Mr. Jerry arguing with the guy at the scorer's table. I then saw my teammates gathering behind Mr. Jerry and approaching the guy at the table. I jumped in between them, and so did another woman who was sitting at the scorer's table. I asked what happened, and they said the guy said something disrespectful to Mr. Jerry. I was calming my teammates and Mr. Jerry down when I heard a slick comment out of the guy's mouth from the scorer's table. I then turned around and very swiftly gave him a death stare. I saw it in his eyes. He was frightened. I wanted my team to focus on winning this game, as it was our last opportunity to advance to tomorrow. We were winning the game with a nice lead. All we had to do was make it to the end. This altercation led to my team receiving a technical foul and free throws to the other team. After this altercation happened, there was a major shift in the refereeing of the game. They started doing things they were doing the first game we played. The only thing now was we had Zoe, the hothead, playing in this game. It seemed that the player on the other team who hit all the three-pointers knew one of the referees on a personal level. This guy became antagonizing to our team. He started doing things that were so illegal it would make our entire team freeze and talk to the ref. What had us flabbergasted was the fact they were allowing it. We tried to fight through it, but it got to the point the anger couldn't be contained anymore. The refs started calling fouls on me for rebounding and dominating the taller guys. They would call foul on me when I did not touch anyone, but they were allowed the other team to foul me with no consequences. The fouls they committed on me were so bad my arm started to bleed. The refs then told me I had to go to medical and get taped up. I couldn't play until the bleeding stopped. The medical area was on the other side of the gym. I had to rush and get this taken care of. On one play, the guy did something so illegal and the refs allowed it. Me and Zoe exploded almost simultaneously. We began yelling and cursing at the cheating. We both received technical fouls for this. Every time the refs called a call against us, the shooter on the other team would clap and taunt us. He never got penalized for this. My team was trying to calm me down because I was even madder than Zoe at this moment. My temper was neck and neck with Zoe's. The only difference was he would lose his temper more often than me. 2 plays later, another illegal moment happened. Zoe wasn't even screaming or cursing. He simply asked the ref, how can he allow that? This ref then threw Zoe out of the game completely. This made me angrier. My partner in crime was gone, and I was back to how the tournament started. The next play on defense, the ref called a foul on me when I had my hands straight in the air. I didn't jump or anything. I simply had both hands raised to disrupt the shot. I was then told I had fouled out the game and I was disqualified with Zoe. I didn't even make it walking off the court before I took my jersey off and headed to the bench. We had a comfortable 10-point lead with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. I started to realize that all those free throw points added up quickly. They shot 12 free throws in less than a minute. They hit 11 of them. It dawned on me and a puzzle came together. Their goal was to stop me and Zoe by any means necessary. It was obvious they were not going to outplay us. This made me angrier and angrier. Big Head had been horrible as usual the entire game. He came over by the bench and told us to calm down. He said he had us. I knew for sure at that point we lost. He took the ball in and got fouled. He missed both free throws just like he did at the end of the last game. A teammate of mine then fouled the other team to give us a chance at one final victory shot. But the foul was called a flagrant. That means the other team got 2 more free throws and they got to keep the possession of the ball. The ref basically was writing in stone that no matter what, we were going to lose this game. Once the final buzzer beater sounded, reality set in for me. We were kicked out of the tournament not because we had lost, but because we were cheated. This feeling of being cheated did not register well with my feelings. In my childhood, I was cheated in a similar fashion during a championship game. The cheating now triggered those same emotions. I started to explode again. I began cursing out loudly to all of those involved in the cheating. I said, fuck the refs, fuck the tournament, and fuck whoever else directly to them. No one dared to rebuttal or confront me on what I was saying. They knew any sort of rebuttal would lead me becoming physically violent. Zoe then came to me, and as hot-headed as he was the one telling me to calm down this time. We then walked to the bleachers under the goal where Blow and his homie were sitting. The crowd that watched the game was still lingering around. Different people from the crowd began acknowledging I had a right to be upset. They were complimenting me and Zoe personally about how well we could play. And they also pointed out they saw the injustice done to us. There was even an old lady who knew nothing about basketball. She was just there to support someone. And she even said she could see that something was not fair and going wrong. That's how blatant the cheating was. I didn't know hearing these words from people in the crowd would make me feel better. I guess it was confirmation to me that I wasn't tripping and I didn't act a fool for no reason. I was ready to leave, but Mr. Jerry came over to Zoe and I and said we had another game. Huh? I thought we only had 3 games scheduled. Mr. Jerry then told us that there was another team who was winless and they wanted us to face off for the final spot for the next day. I figured someone in a higher position got word of what happened at the tournament and this was their way of trying to at least make it right. They couldn't flat out say that we were cheated, so they had to make it look legit. The only difference in this was the next game was supposed to start immediately. We had just got done playing a full 40-minute game along with 2 games from earlier. I had also used a lot of my energy exploding after the game because I thought that was it. Zoe and I then looked at each other and said, let's do it. The team we were facing this time happened to be another HBCU full of all black players. This HBCU was located in Tennessee and very close to my hometown. I knew many people who had attended this university, so I began to look for familiar faces. The game began and I was matched up with a guy who was around 6 feet 10 inches tall. He was the tallest guy I had played against the entire day. The game started with him scoring the first point and he looked at me with a mean look. This look did not intimidate me at all. In fact, it made me laugh. If he wanted competition, he came to the right person. I responded with a bucket of my own on the very next play. When I got close to the other team's bench, they noticed my neighborhood on my tattoo. Some of them were from the same city as me. They asked me something, and as soon as I responded, they heard my accent. It was a mutual moment of happiness. We were all black men playing a game of college basketball far away from the place we grew up. That moment was happy, but that didn't take away from the intenseness of the competition. This team had us beat though. Zoe and I were doing our thing, but Big Head started to do big head things. The thing about the guys from Memphis is that a lot of us love to make jokes about each other. There is no ill intention in these jokes. It's just a form of communication. Once they saw how horrible Big Head was playing, they began to tease him. Big Head's ego led him to respond to every comment. They were completely in his head, and he was already playing ass, so I guess that made him double ass. About halfway throughout the game, my dehydration disease started to get the best of me. I was still on the court playing, but you could tell I was exhausted. We were losing by double digits, and the future didn't look any brighter, especially with me this fatigued. The back-to-back game was only on us when the other team had a break before. I sat on the bench, and I never checked in the remainder of the game because it became out of reach. Zoe now had to deal with what I dealt with while he was gone, being alone in the game. He saw you can only do so much alone in a basketball game. The other team was having a field day. Even though they were the other team, I genuinely was happy to see them doing this. When one of their teammates made a shot, the entire team praised him and it felt authentic. At the end of the game, I was still tired. I then started to lay on the court with my backpack under my head, waiting for us to leave. I sat up when I was approached by the other team's coach. He told me that I was a hell of a player and I could really hoop. Then a few of his players walked up to me and all complimented me on my play. This kind of confused me because I did well in the game, but I didn't think I played as well as I could have. A small huddle formed with about 4 players from the other team, their coach, and me. We began joking and laughing and got into detail about being from Memphis. Players on my team like Big Head didn't care about the loss. They went straight to the scores table to check their stats from the game. That's when the girl from the scores table said something to me directly. She told me that the game I had just played, I had 11 points and 17 rebounds in around 14 minutes of playing time. She then stated the game before I had over 15 points and 20 rebounds. Damn, I knew I was doing my thing, but these stats showed I really did my thing. Even with the stat confirmation and praise coming from everywhere, I still was upset that we were kicked out of the tournament officially. The tournament concluded and we all headed back to the Motel 6, including Blow and his homie. Upon arriving at the Motel 6, I immediately got into the shower and took a quick one. I came out of the shower to see my team gathered in the parking lot just chilling. Blow had a big personality. He was talking to the whole team, just having fun. When I came out and walked up to the group, he then started to praise me again about hooping. When Blow stopped praising me and started back talking to the group, Big Head was sitting close to where I was standing. He then calls my name and starts to praise me, saying he had never seen me play like that and a bunch of other bullshit. I was very dismissive of his comments because I knew they were not genuine at all. Big Head had then taken it upon himself to try to make himself stand out to Blow. He was doing the ego thing where trying to make himself look like a boss. Blow then told the team we should get the van like we did the night before and come to his house that night. The team said this might be a good idea and they were all for it. Blow was about to leave and then Zoe told me that I should ride with them right now. I was hesitant about it the first night, but I still had yet to sleep and I had gotten a better perception of Blow. I took them up on this offer and I grabbed my bag. We headed out. Once we got to Blow's house, it was a nice crib. He had a nice amount of space and everything looked up to date. Upon entering, Zoe told me, I told you should have come last night. He damn near was right because I would have definitely slept in here. We then began to unwind while Blow and his homie had to handle some business in the city. They left us alone at Blow's crib. This let me know how much Blow favored Zoe. Zoe and I began to do our normal thing. This was smoke a lot of fucking weed. After the events of the tournament, this smoke session was well needed. While we were smoking, Nikki had texted me a screenshot of a guy DMing her. The message read of the guy trying to flirt with Nikki. He then became aggressive in his messages when she rejected him, but she told him she was okay because her boyfriend was in Tennessee at a basketball tournament. She sent me these messages, I guess, to prove her loyalty to me, but it was strange and out of the blue. Nightfall came and Blow and his homie returned. The rest of the team never showed. Zoe told me to prepare to have fun, so I got dressed and we hit the city. I had no idea of the destination. I was just living in the moment. Blow then pulled out a bag of X pills. He then gave one to his homie and one to Zoe. He offered me one, but I declined because pills weren't my cup of tea. Even though I declined, Zoe was in the back seat trying to get me to split with him. No matter how much peer pressure he applied, I wasn't folding. Blow then goes to the liquor store and grabs a 2-liter liquor of vodka. I knew I was in for a night that I wouldn't forget. We arrived at a club, and I had never been to a club just to go to a club. I may have gone to a party at a club, but never just to go. We got to the door of the club, and I was about to reach in my pocket to pull out my money. Zoe then looked at me and shook his head no, and it confused me. Blow then takes out some money and pays for all of us to enter. Damn, that was respect. We stayed in this club no longer than an hour before we decided to exit. Moments later, we pulled up to an entirely different new club. I didn't know where we were going, but I didn't know we were going to another club. At the door, Blow did the same thing and paid for all of us. I was not used to this kind of thing because I always felt I needed to carry my own weight, but Blow seemed as if he wouldn't let me pay even if I tried. We got into the club and the mood was dull. I had rolled up and smoked a blunt. By the time I was finished with the blunt, Blow was ready for the next move. We headed out and pulled up to a spot that was very exclusive. When we got into this place, the energy was lit. Blow then bought us our own personal section. Tonight was one of the nights I felt I could consume alcohol in a celebratory fashion. I was away from home and away from school and living life. We had fun in this club, standing on couches and listening to gangster music. When we left the club, Zoe was in the back seat with me at first. We pulled up to the gas station when Blow and Zoe started talking to each other aggressively. The words they were saying were not harmful or derogatory, but their tone and mannerisms were. When I looked at Zoe, I saw him clenching his jaw. This was not out of anger. This was from the X pill kicking in. Zoe and Blow then began grabbing each other by the neck. They were aggressively wrestling with each other, yet they were not serious at all, just very intoxicated. I was intoxicated, but I was the most sober person in the car by far. This play fighting made me uncomfortable because I was an outsider and I didn't know what this would lead to. Blow then says, fuck it. He said he let Zoe get behind the wheel. We were stopped at a red light with no one on the street. This was a main street and had a big ditch median that separated the lanes. When the light turned green and the road in front of us was completely empty, but I noticed something happening. Zoe was not driving in a straight line. He was drifting left directly into the median. And it seemed as if he didn't know what he was doing. He had his foot pedaled to the metal. Once I realized that we were really on a crash course headed straight for the ditch, I yelled out, Zoe, what are you doing? I then braced for impact as the crash was inevitable. Zoe drove us straight into the ditch. We all got out of the car and made sure we were good and everybody was uninjured. The only thing damaged was the front end of the car, but it was still drivable. Blow did not seem upset at all. Zoe had just wrecked his car. We all got back in the car and I was certain the night was over. Blow then pulls up to a Waffle House as if nothing just happened. I didn't say anything because my instincts of survival had kicked in from the crash. We went inside and ate our food together. When we ate our food together, the sun began to rise. We had been out all night, literally. It came time to pay for our food, and the waitress asked us if it was all together. Before any of us could respond, we just gave her a card. Blow had paid for all four of us the entire night. What still had me in shock was he had just met me yesterday and he showed me this much love. I wasn't just talking about him financially buying everything, but he allowed me to stay in his home. Where I come from, things like that can make people family even if they aren't blood related. We finally headed back to his crib and arrived at about 7 in the morning. I didn't understand it at first, but I see how Zoe missed the first two games. Mr. Jerry told us that we were leaving that day at around noon. I took a quick nap and I woke up at around 11. Zoe and Blow were knocked out snoring. I tried to wake Zoe up because it would take us about 30 minutes to even make it back to the group. It was no use in trying to wake either of them up. All of my methods had no power. I then went to go roll up and smoke a few blunts while I waited for them to wake up. During my personal smoke session, I had fallen into a kush coma because my body was still tired from the previous days of not resting. When I awoke again, Zoe and Blow had finally gotten up, but it was now around 1 p.m. I was about to panic, thinking, did we get left in another city? But Zoe had told me that Mr. Jerry called him and said they would meet us closer since we overslept. I took a deep sigh of relief. We then met up with the rest of the group. They all looked at us as if we were rock stars. Zoe and I then began saying our goodbyes to Blow. Blow told me directly if I was ever back in this city, even without Zoe, to hit him up. He told me to take his number and I did. I told him if he was ever to come to Memphis while I was there, I'd be sure to try and return the favor of hospitality. So Zoe and I then got on the bus and we were on our way back to New Orleans. When we arrived back to campus that evening, I just dropped my bag in my room. I headed straight to Nikki's room to surprise her. When I got to her room, I knocked on the door, but it was unlocked. I then opened it slowly and saw laundry items. She was in the washroom down the hall. This would be a perfect surprise. I came to surprise her, but she surprised me. I was standing behind the door when she opened it. She couldn't see me, but then I heard a male voice that I recognized. The voice was calling out to her. I heard the male voice down the hall, but it began to get closer. I recognized this voice. I didn't say anything because I wanted to see what this was about. The guy was trying to flirt with Nikki. He spoke as if they had dealt with each other long ago. My heart was beating through my chest as I waited to see Nikki respond to his advances. She told him that she had been doing well and then declined his offer for whatever he was offering. She then closed the door and walked in the room. She had yet to look behind the door and see me standing there staring at her. When she noticed me, she dropped her phone from being scared. I opened the door and looked to see if the guy was still standing anywhere around, but he was gone. I didn't even bring up what I had just heard because she passed the test. I saw her reject the guy naturally without my interference. I then picked her up, hugging her, and was glad to continue our time together. She finished up her laundry, then packed a bag for my room. While she did this, I headed back to my room to shower after a long trip. Before I got in the shower, Big Head came to collect from Bolton. Zoe had also come to my room. I went into the shower suite, but I did not get in yet. The walls were so thin that you could hear through them. Bolton began asking them about the tournament. The first thing Big Head did was deflect. He brought up the last play in the game when he threw the ball out of bounds. He began to say how it was my fault. This was a typical Big Head move. The thing that surprised me was Bolton's response. T-Mac can't catch, everybody knows that. No, everybody didn't know that, especially me. It wasn't just him saying those words, it was the tone of voice. Zoe was silent as expected because he was not there for that game to say what really happened. I took the quickest shower ever to return into this conversation. When I walked in, they were still talking about the tournament, but the energy was very different now I was in the room. Bolton began praising me, saying how he heard I was dominating. The next words to come out my mouth were not about to be nice because he didn't talk about me like he was just doing. I could see it in Zoe's face that he was thinking what I thought. He didn't know I heard Bolton talking, but he did himself. He saw now how he talked in my presence. I was starting to speak when my phone lit up with Nikki saying she's ready for me to come walk her over. The power of my bond with Nikki saves the day again. This made me disregard the entire situation and head her way. By the time I returned to my room with Nikki, Big Head left. The only thing on my mind the rest of the night was my welcome home pussy. Early the next day, Jorgen tells us he's having a visitor come from out of town. He then drops the bomb to say it's Morg. Yes, Morg from my freshman year was coming to see my now roommate, Jorgen. Zoe and I instantly looked at each other and we all laughed. I just said, okay, bro, do your thing. All the puppy love emotions I felt for Morg was non-existent. I had understood she was a hoe. In life, you have to let a hoe be a hoe. In my hometown, we have a saying, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. I wanted my splash bro to enjoy her just as much as I did. He said she would be on campus in an hour, so we decided to give him full privacy. He told us she wasn't going to stay there, but just stop by to see him. After all, it was his room just as much as mine. I packed a few grams and the cigars in a backpack before heading to class. I had classes pretty much all day and I had planned to get some fresh air outside, but this time I brought my business with me. I had left the room about 9 a.m. and met up with Zoe and Bolton around 4 p.m. outside. I was tired of being out of my room and needed my daily nap. We entered my dorm room to see Morg and Jorgen laying in bed cuddling to a movie. No one said a word, but everyone had the same thoughts. Wow, Morg really fucked all four of us, and now we were sitting in this tiny dorm room. She then inexplicably rose off Jorgen's chest and began staring into space. The look on her face was like a deer in headlights. Not to be facetious, it literally looked like she had self-reflected in that moment. She was a whore. Morg knew Jorgen was a close friend of mine, but she didn't care. She was again showing the lessons of women's nature. She left no more than 2 minutes after we arrived. I was happy for Jorgen having her at first, but I was now mad that he did. It was not from envy or jealousy, but it was because Jorgen did not leave for class that day. Jorgen was on academic probation for missing classes and assignments already. It had got so bad that his coach was threatening his scholarship. I was concerned for my bro's future, so I let him know about it bluntly. I told him he really missed class to lay up with a freak. It wasn't a fiance, a girlfriend at least, but a slut that he was aware of. Jorgen had no rebuttals for my words because he knew I was right. In these situations, my energy of leadership gains a boost. Nikki used to joke, but seriously say that even my friends are scared of me. The nonchalant or even fun T-Mac was nowhere to be found when I went into these modes. Jorgen's acts were overshadowed and in the background this whole time. He didn't know this event was a puzzle piece of information for me into his character. Spring break was in a few days. The Splash Bros had been discussing where we would take our trip like they do in the movies. The conversations would start but would never finish. Zoe, Bolton, and I were in the room. Even though Zoe wasn't a trapper, he smoked just as much as one. We would alternate whose turn it was to roll up some weed to smoke. During the first time, we noticed something. Jorgen never has had to buy any weed. He was always past the blunt due to proximity, but he never put in. This was damning to me and Zoe because of how much weed we smoked. Zoe got the idea that we should do a test. Next time we were smoking, we were going to not pass the blunt to Jorgen. Bolton and I agreed on this test. Zoe left, and by the time he returned, Jorgen had come to take a nap in the room. Zoe then enters jokingly by saying, 3-5 on Jorgen today? I knew what he was doing, but Jorgen didn't. He brushed off Zoe's comment with a smile, not knowing Zoe was serious. Zoe then broke the ice by firing up a fat blunt. The blunt was rotated from Zoe to me to Bolton. Bolton passed the blunt back to Zoe, and after a few puffs, Jorgen spoke. Damn, y'all ain't gonna pass the weed? Zoe was looking at the TV with his back to Jorgen and didn't even turn around to answer him. Jorgen was mixed with black and white, so he was very light-skinned. He also was from a pretty good upbringing, unlike Zoe and I. He was a non-confrontational person, so he didn't say anything afterwards. His face and skin began to turn pink from his emotions inside of him. He then went to hang out with our splash bro Ray, who didn't smoke at all. Over the next few days, Jorgen went from being in the background to non-existent. We didn't tell him we weren't friends anymore. We simply wanted him to start contributing to the smoke sessions. Spring break came and no plans were made to take a trip. I had assumed in my mind we would just have fun in the city and I wouldn't have to shut down shop for a vacation. Bolton, Zoe, and Joe were in my room this time. Joe had a very toxic relationship he had become involved in, which took up a lot of his spare time. Even though I met him through Kelly, we had built our own friendship. Bolton then shows us a shocking Snapchat video. It is Jorgen, Ray, and Trish's boyfriend, BD, in Florida. Wow. I had known Jorgen wasn't a tough guy, but I didn't know he was a bitch. In my mind, his puzzle was complete. They were showing off their view over the beach. I expected something like this from Ray, but Jorgen surprised me. We've been Splash Bros going on 2 years now, and y'all just met this dude, BD. Apparently they knew him long enough to plan a secret trip when your friends were asking you what the move was. Well, I guess you can say maybe the Splash Bros weren't as close as we thought. Bolton then decided he would visit his family for a weekend in nearby Mississippi. He left the next day. Nikki had family in Atlanta that she was going to see the next day, but she was coming to spend the day and night with me before leaving. I was alone in my man cave when Nikki came to my room. Now that Jorgen's side had no people on it, I noticed how much filth I saw last time had gotten worse. Yes, I come from the hood, but everyone from the hood is not dirty. This was beyond dirty. There were half-eaten oranges, chicken bones, dirty underwear, etc. They had juice stains of dried juice that didn't get picked up. It was disgusting. The night and day effect of looking at my side and then their side could not be ignored anymore. We were going to start having roaches and rats very soon. Nikki saw my frustration building up and decided we should do a deep clean. When I stayed in my other dorm, Nikki would help me clean my room sometimes. We discovered cleaning up helps me clear my head. I felt that a cluttered or dirty space was a reflection of mind state. I took pictures of the filth close and sent it to Bolton and Jorgen. I let them know this was unacceptable and this would be my only time addressing it. It was not to get to that point again. This taught me everyone was not raised the same. During the cleaning, I remember Bolton saying in a conversation that his mother still cleaned his room. They didn't respond to the messages because they knew it was one of those serious moments of mine. They definitely understood them though, because it never got to that point again. The next morning, Nikki had left to Atlanta. It was now Zoe and I. I was down to my last few grams, so I hit up Big Head about getting re-up. He didn't respond. I then checked his social media and saw him and his girl on a vacation. This pissed me off because a big part of my business was my consistency. Why would he do this without handling business first? Things seemed dark, but there was light at the end of the tunnel. My phone lit up with a text message from a group chat of guys who did sports around campus. There was a guy named Seven who sent a text saying he had weed at good prices. I had known Seven from playing basketball a few times together. We didn't have much conversation, but there was never any tension. Seven was friends with Big Head because they came in as freshmen together. Seven was also from Louisiana, but he grew up only a few miles up the road. When he sent his price list, they were way cheaper than Big Head's. I needed to make a move then. I sent him a private text and told him I wanted a quarter ounce. I didn't want to buy more just yet, just enough to test. He told me to come to his apartment across campus. He stayed in the upperclassmen apartments, which you rarely saw underclassmen be. The transaction was smooth and I went back to test it with Zoe. I didn't tell him where I was going to get it from. I just told him I would be back. After the first blunt, I knew what I had to do. I was going to get more. This was a quality product at a cheaper price. Meeting a good plug is like hitting the lottery. My trap started rolling even more due to the no class, so people had more time to smoke. Factoring in the mood of spring break in New Orleans made people want to get high and have fun. Within the next hours, I went from buying a few grams from Seven to buying a quarter pound of weed in total. I still had a decent amount of cash left over. I would take what I needed from the profit and then reinvest it as fast as I could. I had leveled up that fast. The weekend was over and Bolton came back to campus. It just so happened that Jorgen's birthday was during spring break. We still had our Splash Bros group chat, but on Jorgen's birthday, the group chat received no messages. That was until Jorgen sent a text late that night. He said, "Damn, that's how it is? Nobody wished me a happy birthday?" When he did this, I started a group video call. A few of the Splash Bros answered. Once we were on the call, I directly told Jorgen that I felt some type of way about them taking a trip and not inviting us. He then began to explain how it was not his idea to keep it a secret and that he was invited by BD. I should have expected this answer from him, as it only further proved he didn't have a say-so in his own life. Jordan was a follower, not a leader. As Jordan was uncomfortably explaining himself, Ray grabbed the phone. When I said earlier I expect something like this from Ray, that was a reason for that. Ray was a spoiled, narcissistic individual. These traits were revealed over time. He would show flashes and traits of not being a good person, but they were overshadowed due to his distance. He grabbed the phone and then put on a tough guy act out of the blue. When he did this, it ignited a flame into me because I knew he wasn't a tough guy. He said a particular phrase that triggered me by saying that I knew exactly who he was. This triggered me because that was my point. Ray had a wonderful upbringing with the two-parent household. His father was a lawyer and his mother was a nurse. His parents gifted him a nice Mercedes-Benz truck while he was still in high school. Ray even went to an all-boys Christian private school. He said I knew who he was as if he was a dangerous criminal individual. But no, I knew he was a bitch. I was never the arguer again. I was always a man of action. Therefore, I told Ray, when he gets to campus, have the exact same energy. Spring break was pretty much over and there was only a day left. The next evening, Jordan walked in the room and the feeling wasn't as tense as when he left. I could see in his eyes an apologetic look, but he didn't say it out loud. It was a realization moment for all of us that there was no beef between us and Jordan, but things would never be the same. 2 minutes after Jordan came in, Ray knocks at the door and peeks his head in to say something to Jordan. I'm standing there about to square up in a fighting position, but I realized Ray was all talk, just like I thought. Usually Ray would come in very obnoxiously, making himself at home, and now he wouldn't even step fully into the room, only peek his head through the door. I then said to him, I thought you were gonna do something to me when you see me. He brushed off my comment, and I knew that he didn't want any problems for real. This was the end of the Splash Bros as a collective. The original members were gone or at odds now. The next day, school was back in session. Zoe and I were having a private session midday. I had just re-entered my room not too long ago before, so I did my usual check of my product amounts to make sure everything was still how I left it. It was different now because I had more product that I was holding. I usually only kept an ounce or two on me in my room because I could just go hit a big head real quick. This time, I had about 150 grams laying on a coffee table. Big Head then hit me up finally from days ago to let me know he was back and wanted to bring me some product. I didn't need the product, but it was extra money for me, so I told him to bring it to my room. Big Head entered my room while I was smoking with Zoe. I'm certain his ego told him that he pulled a power move and that I would be grateful to see him. To his surprise, he walked into a mini mountain of weed. He was trying not to react, but I could see in his body language. Big Head's ego led him to believe he was the one controlling and feeding my operation. He didn't know that I would make moves on my own and continue to grow without him. He then realized that he didn't have as much control as he thought. He said he wanted to give me an ounce, and that was cool with me. I never stopped weighing up the weed I had already. While Big Head used the scale on Jordan's side of the room to weigh up the ounce, as soon as Big Head weighed the weed, he hurried and poured it amongst the pile of weed already on the coffee table. When he did this, he started fast talking with the overpraise and flattering and made an abrupt exit out of the door. At this time, I didn't understand how real human intuition was and that spiritual gifts were real. My gut feeling told me something was off. Big Head had put the weed amongst my other weeds, but I could tell the difference. All weed strands are not the same. Some are dense, some are fluffy, some have many colors, and some are very green. The weed that Big Head had put into the mountain was way denser than the product I had already had. They had similar color scheme, but they had very distinctual differences. I then decided to weigh what I saw him put on the mountain. Once I separated the weed, I saw he had shorted me 10 grams. Shorting someone 10 grams out of an ounce is not an accident, and it's very noticeable. Big Head had it in his mind I was so distracted and I already had so much weed that I wouldn't double check behind him and he could get a fast one in. Big Head didn't realize who he was dealing with once again. He had fucked up. I didn't confront him or even let him know that I knew he did this, but our business relationship was done. I sent him the money for the product as if I was clueless to his actions. When he told me he was ready to give me more, I told him no, I was good. He sent a question mark back to the message, but I never responded. Big Head was the type to want to win every battle, and I was the type to always win the wars. I learned the lesson of never letting them know your next move. I know how much value I had with my business and operation. Big Head's greed for an extra $100 would cause him tens of thousands in the future. I didn't tell Zoe that I peeped in this situation, but we began talking during our smoke session. It was again one of those times where he had given me unsolicited advice. He began to tell me that he was really cool with me and he could see the difference between how I operated my business versus how everybody else did. I was listening to him, but I was in deep in my thoughts after Big Head just tried to play me in this situation. Once Zoe finished his encouraging words, it was silent for a second. This silence was broken by Bolton entering the room with a brand new bong. This bong looked to be bigger and more expensive than the last one. He was so excited and he hurried to grab some weed so he could go use the bong with some people in their room. When the door closed, it was one of those moments where the silence spoke volumes in the private smoke sessions with Zoe. I broke the silence this time. I wanted to know if I was tripping. I began speaking out loud, but Zoe was responding. He didn't use any words. The only thing he would say was, mm-hmm. First I said, Bolton has bought a new bong. Mm-hmm. I then say, wait, he still hasn't paid me back from the grounds he had missing. This was confirmation I was not tripping at all. Zoe and I were on the same page. When Bolton re-entered the room, I immediately addressed the situation. The look of nervousness on his face was very familiar. Whenever I went into those modes, Bolton would become an ass kisser immediately. You would think I was an abusive friend the way he would cower and the word choice he would use when I was in these very serious angry states. He then told me that he was getting more product later that day, and he would give me 5 grams out of his ounce instead of the $50. I agreed because it was practically the same thing, but I did know that if I never said anything, he wasn't going to be a man of his word. I learned the life lesson that you can keep it real with people. That doesn't mean they're going to keep it real with you. You can't expect yourself out of other people. The semester was now a month from ending. In college, a semester ending is a very emotional time period. This is because you have people from all over the world and country, and it doesn't go like grade school. This may be the last time you ever see these people in your life. Even if you do see them again in life, summer break was a few months, so separation was going to be mandatory. On a random day, Bolton informed us that he will be transferring next semester. He tried to break down why he was doing this. He had no explanation or legitimate reason why, but it was his life and his decision. It just so happened this random day was his birthday. He told us he wanted to visit downtown Bourbon Street in New Orleans. He told us his older sister and a few other family members were coming to celebrate with us from Mississippi. We were preparing to go downtown that night when he dropped a bombshell that we would be riding with Trish. He saw the look on my face that said 1,000 words. He told me that she and her boyfriend had a breakup, so it was cool. She told us to meet her by her dorm to get in the car. As we were walking up to the car, Trish got out of the driver's seat in a body-fitted suit that was all black. That ass was so fat. Oh, why was she getting out? Bolton had convinced her through text to let him drive for the night, even though it was her car. Although Zoe wasn't hanging around during the peak of me and Trish, he was filled in on the situation up to that point. He went straight for the passenger seat and Trish got in the back seat. Zoe and I were the last two to duck down and get in the car. Before we got in the car, we locked eyes across the roof and he mouthed to me, You better fuck that. I smiled, trying to contain my laughter before I sat in the back seat as if nothing just happened. My strong feelings of wanting a relationship with Trish were gone, but us having sex, I ain't mind that at all. On the way downtown, you would expect this to be an awkward situation, but I felt the vibe from Trish tonight. I was feeling myself and more confident with my business growing. Trish saw this growth in me just like previous times. She never stopped paying attention to me even in her relationship. While Zoe and Bolton paid attention to the road, I began to rub Trish's leg in the back seat. She allowed me to do this for about 30 seconds, and then she moved my hand. I could see from her body movements that this was turning her on. When I reached for her thigh again, she shut it down immediately this time, so I chilled. While we were walking on Bourbon Street, we ended up running into BD and Ray. When this happened, Zoe and I locked eyes because we were making inside jokes about Trish and I. That's when BD and Trish stood away from the group and began having a conversation. From the outside looking in, he was confessing how much he loved her and missed her, and she was going with it. Well, I guess my plan to fuck her again that night was not gonna happen. It didn't matter to me though, this was just a bonus night for me. The night continued with us just walking down Bourbon Street enjoying the sights. The next day I had gotten out of the shower, I was sitting on my bed. Bolton then entered the room. He said BD wanted to talk to me for a second outside. I stared at him momentarily because why the fuck would he want to talk to me? Better yet, why the fuck he told you instead of telling me directly? He then says that Trish had told him I was trying to touch her and do things with her last night. I thought to myself, this bitch is a problem. I thought I was a player in pimping, but Trish made me seem like I was in a pee-wee league. She had told him this so it didn't get back to him that she was allowing me to touch her consensually. He still didn't even know that me and her messed around before he got there. If somebody tells you to come outside coming from where I come from, that means a physical altercation is about to happen. Bolton saw me lacing up my tennis shoes and he knew where my mindset was because I rarely wore tennis shoes. I always wore slides. He said out loud that he didn't think BD was on the same kind of thing I was on, but I was the type to always be rather safe than sorry. In life, you should never underestimate your opponent. I walked outside to the back door with BD standing there with Bolton. I stood about 5 feet away and we looked at each other eye to eye. Once BD started talking, I instantly noticed he didn't want to do this. This was a move of him trying not to look weak after Trish had told him that I was touching on her. His voice cracked within the first few words and I cut him off. I told him, I don't beef about bitches. He can have her. I told him, yes, I was touching on her, but he didn't have to worry about it no more. I don't want no dealings with her. I reminded him that there was no beef between me and him because, again, it was against my moral code to beef about women. When I said this, he seemed to be relieved that this situation wouldn't escalate into a physical altercation. After I said this, I just walked away and went back into my room and smoked a blunt. I began reflecting to myself. Trish wanted to play games, but I wasn't in the mood. She sent him over there and put him at risk just to make sure she didn't look bad in the situation. Trish was showing me the lesson that a guilty conscience can make people tell on themselves. That's why she was allowing me to touch her until her guilt kicked in. It was easy for me to fuck on her when he was hundreds of miles away. It was different with him being there now. Due to the end of the year high emotions, Bolton decided he should have a going away kickback. This kickback would happen in the upperclassmen apartments and it would be very private. After being so serious since my trapping began, I said I was going to really vibe that night. That night we did. There was a group of about 15 people who came together and it was smooth. Everyone had gotten high and very drunk. It was my first time getting drunk since the STD scare. I had a backpack with me that contained a half ounce of my weed left and Bolton's bong. The kickback ended at about 2 in the morning. After the party concluded, it was a long walk back to our dorm. We also had things like speakers to carry back to our room. On the way back to our room, Zoe was walking ahead of me and Bolton. We were all drunk, but Bolton and I were drunk for real. As we passed behind the cafeteria building, I couldn't help but to get stuck in my tracks from the glowing lights of the vending machines. Bolton was right along with me as the munchies had set in from all the liquor and weed we had been consuming. We walked in the cafeteria and then realized how long we were standing at the vending machines. We noticed when Zoe had come back to look for us. We were all joking and laughing when we exited the cafeteria. It was then we got to the back door of our dorm building. Zoe turned to us and asked where my bag was. I sobered up momentarily and reminded him that he had the bag. That's when Zoe said that he sat the bag down by the back door to come look for us. There was a pause because I was either too drunk or that had to be the dumbest shit that I had ever heard. It wasn't like the bag was super heavy or anything, so why would he do that? My room was right by the back door, so we entered and the silence came with us. Upon entering the room, Zoe stood in the doorway and said that we could fight or do whatever, but he promised that he wouldn't take our bag. I didn't respond to this as I was trying to make my brain think, but I was so drunk. I didn't stay in my room for more than a minute because I needed Nikki's comfort, so I headed to her room. When I got there, her roommate and her friend Liz were up just chilling. I walked in the room and they were smiling, but the smile soon left as my energy was felt. I walked to Nikki's bed very calmly, but when I got to it, I started to hit a pillow very hard. I put my face into one of the pillows and let out a scream. Nikki told her friends that she was about to walk with me to come stay with me in my room. I didn't want to talk about what happened because I had yet to process it. I just wanted her to sleep in the same bed as me. The next day just so happened to be a Sunday. I rose from my bed as if I had sat up in a casket at around 7 in the morning. During my time sleeping, my body and brain were sobering up and still thinking. I have never been a big fan of police, but I had an idea. Only I knew what was in the bag. I could just tell them I needed to see the camera. Somebody stole my bag with my schoolwork in it. I didn't get dressed or prepare for anything. I put on my jeans that I had on last night, threw on a t-shirt, and put my slides on without even putting on socks. The only thing that was on my mind was retrieving that backpack. I headed to the campus police station. It was just my luck that it was more of the cooler officers than the uptight ones working that day. I entered their building and the officer at the desk asked what I needed. I told him I had lost my backpack last night and someone picked it up. I needed to find who it was because I had schoolwork that was due in the bag. He bought this story and we went to the room with all the cameras. There was a huge screen with many different camera angles amongst the campus. It threw me for a loop that they had this much surveillance, but I just knew this information might be important to me in the future, so I kept it locked in my head. It just so happens that out of all the cameras, the only camera that didn't work was the one pointing at the back door of my dorm. There was a moment of disappointment, and then I got a bright idea. There were only 2 ways you could go if you didn't enter the dorm. Where the bag was, whoever had the bag went one of those 2 ways. He zoomed into the camera into the ways I was speaking of, and I was right. Through another camera angle, we saw who had the bag. It was a guy named Joseph. Joseph was about 6'8" in height and was not a skinny dude. Once I saw who had the bag, I tried to make a quick exit thanking the officers. They asked me did I want them to go retrieve the bag, and I told them no, I had the situation taken care of. One of the officers began to catch my drift. He didn't directly say it, but he was telling me to chill and not do anything crazy. I remained calm and told him that I would handle the situation properly. I said this with a smile on my face, but as soon as I turned around and walked out the door, the smile turned into a frown. I got back to my room and Zoe was there with Bolton and Jorgen. I told them I knew who had the backpack. Bolton says that he knows where his room is and let's go knock on his door. We then headed directly to it. Joseph stayed in my old dorm building right next door to my new building. When we arrived at his suite door, we knocked. He opened the door and cracked his head out, and I instantly told him that we saw him on camera picking up the backpack last night. Before I could even finish my statement, Joseph asked, "Was there a bong in the bag?" He said this, and my immediate reaction told him to go get the bag now. That was all of the confirmation I needed. Joseph then brought the bag out, and Bolton had his bong. I then said to Joseph, "What about the weed that was in the bag?" Joseph says that there was no weed in the bag. I stared at him a few seconds and then asked him again. He had the same response. My body language is now showing more and more anger. While Joseph and I were conversing, Bolton then says he's about to go take the bong back to the room so it'll be safe. He'll be right back. Bolton said this, and I looked at him very quickly because I felt something, but my attention swifted back to Joseph fast. Bolton then left. My head dropped, and I closed my eyes as Joseph looked at me standing in his doorway. I said to him, "I'm gonna ask one more time. Do you have the weed?" He said no. Before I could realize what was happening, I had punched Joseph so hard that his suite door swung open. He flew to the wall that was behind him. When I punched him, I didn't stop swinging. He flew back so far, I had to come into the suite to continue punching him. When I got through the suite door all the way, a fist flew across my face that wasn't Joseph's. The punch missed, and someone yelled out, "Get off my mans, bro." I turned and saw, surprisingly, that this was Saint who had swung at me. It was now 2 versus 1 in a 5-by-5-foot dorm suite. I turned to begin swinging at Saint, but within 2 seconds, the small suite was filled with over 10 people trying to break up the fight. It was so compacted that the punches couldn't be thrown. I noticed some of the people trying to break it up were close friends with Saint at the time. They pushed me out of the suite to separate us, and they locked the door behind them. I began beating on the door like a maniac. I didn't realize I was completely barefoot at this point. My slides got lost during the fight. I rushed back to my room to put on my shoes. Them trying to jump me only made me angrier. When I stormed back into my room, everyone was chilling, even Bolton. I grabbed my shoes and began tying them fast, while trying to simultaneously explain that these guys tried to jump me. Even though their attempt to jump me wasn't successful, it still made me feel very disrespected they would even attempt it. I had already pretty much whooped Joseph's ass. I wanted to beat Saint's ass now. Everyone in the room felt my anger, and they followed me when I returned to Joseph's door. I was stomping and kicking the door, screaming for them to come out and fight. After a few minutes of dead silence, I realized they were going to come out, and so we left. We left, but it wasn't over. The next day, I saw a fellow hooper, and he said, "Damn, T-Mike, why you do that?" This made me freeze for a second. Then I realized news had spread. Apparently, I hit Joseph so hard he had a huge swollen black eye. I smiled and downplayed the situation. Later tonight, I was chilling in my room when Bolton said to me, a girl texts that she is looking at Saint at the bottom of the cafeteria right now. I have been looking for him all day almost, and it was time to finish what was started. I put on my black hoodie. Bolton and I headed directly to where she said he was located. We went in through the back door and looked from a distance at a small event that was happening. Saint was holding a small plate of food, then he looked up at us. When he looked at us, I saw pure fear in his eyes. I waved my hand silently to begin telling him to come outside. I didn't want to make a scene. I just wanted a fair fight with Saint. He was standing to himself, then moving to her in a group. There was some mutual associates in the herd, and when they started to all look at us, I knew he was scared. I realized that Saint was not going to come out. We left because I knew I would catch him another time. I didn't know that I would not see Saint again that semester. He went from being active on campus to a ghost. 2 weeks were left in the semester, and Zoe and I were chilling in my room. Nikki then randomly shows up, but this was normal. She asked me to step into the suite and talk. Now this was not normal. She begins to talk very fast and wildly about how she was tired of this. Tired of what? She wanted to have the title of being my girlfriend. Nikki and I did everything a couple does, maybe even more. We slept in the same bed almost every night. She would grocery shop for us, picking out my favorite foods, and we had been this way since last September. Nikki was usually passive in her approach to this topic, but she was now telling me to make a choice. We could be in a relationship for real, or we could cut everything off completely. In my mind, I was thinking, if it isn't broken, then don't fix it. The title would just be a title. It wouldn't change how we dealt with each other. I didn't know in life that women want validations from others that much. Nikki was still competing with Trish in her head, and this would be her finishing move. Trish and I shared feelings, but never a relationship. Nikki wanted more, and we made a deal. I grabbed her by her waist and looked deep into her eyes. I told her there was so much going on and that we didn't even know if we both would attend the university next semester. There was truth in this due to the tuition increases. I told her that if we both came back next semester, we would make it official. That was enough for her. We then told Zoe we needed the room. He left, and I fucked her to sleep. I dodged that pressure situation smoothly. The next morning, I awoke to being the only person in my room. I take showers almost every morning to help me wake up for that day. I went into the suite, got into the shower. When I got into the shower, I heard someone enter the suite. They walked directly in my room and out within 30 seconds. There was no knock at the door, so I thought it was one of the usual people in the room. A few minutes later, I hear Bolton talking loudly with someone coming down the hall. He entered and I got out of the shower moments later. As the saying goes, if it ain't one thing, it's another. That was basically what it was like being Bolton's friend. He is sitting on the end of my bed with a sad face. I simply say, what's wrong? He then says that all of his weed is missing this time. I naturally react and check my stash, and it's untouched. What the fuck? Why do they keep leaving my weed and they keep taking yours? I looked at Bolton, who was about to start crying again. This time I had no sympathy. I was angry, not even at the suspect, but I was mad at Bolton. I told him I didn't want to hear all that crying shit. Bolton swore he was tough, but I had noticed he would crying these times not out of anger. He would be crying as if he was a helpless child that can't defend himself. How the fuck do you get robbed 3 times in 6 months? Zoe entered the room right on cue. He walked in and read the energy of the room. He asked what happened, and I just looked at Bolton with pure disgust. Bolton kept his head down and voice was shaking, explaining to Zoe what happened. I told him I heard someone come in while I was in the shower, but I thought it was one of them. I was tired of bailing him out in these situations. He needed to handle this on his own. There was only a few days left, and he decided he was calling it quits and leaving the next day. He didn't want to find out who did it or anything. The next day, he packed his belongings and waited for a family member to arrive. Zoe and I were there to tell him goodbye. During this moment, I actually felt indifferent. I wasn't happy or mad. I wasn't even sad. I was just numb. That same day, I was smoking with Zoe when I saw a social media post that said a childhood friend of mine had been murdered. People I knew from back home had been dying while I was away at school. I was too caught up in trying to have fun and mentally escape, I realized I never grieved properly. This death hit me different because of the new trap lifestyle I had become accustomed to. I would soon have to return to the hood. My best friend from home, Mark, called me very soon after. Even though we were best friends, we rarely talked while I was away at school. Before he could even say anything, I just told him that I already knew. We tried to act as if it was just a part of growing up in the hood. The conversation was very tense until Mark brought up this couple he had been working for. He told me I should come work for them too, and we run it up together this summer. I was okay the entire rest of the day. Nightfall came, and I was laying in the bed with Nikki. Suddenly, all the grief I had never let out poured out. I cried hard, but silently. Nikki didn't have to ask what was wrong because I told her earlier. She just held my head in her arms and rubbed my back and tried to soothe my pain. I cried in her arms until I fell asleep. The next day, I was better and smoking with Zoe in my room again. This time, the smoke session was anything but silent. We were playing beats and freestyle rapping. Rapping was something I did as a kid, so it was a nostalgic fun. We then began to just start talking. Zoe had taken a few sips of alcohol during the smoke session. He began to tell me stories of his former university. Zoe then told me about his last roommate from his old college. He told me that on the day he left, his roommate hadn't left yet. He told me he took all of his roommate's shoes and valuables before leaving for good. Wait, what? This sent me into one of those moments where I pause and reflect. Not only did this story make Zoe look bad in character, but this story sounded too familiar. A flashback popped in my head of Bolton coming into the room hype saying he just argued with his old roommate that took his stuff on FaceTime. I asked Bolton, how did you end up on FaceTime with him? And he said, Zoe. During that scene in real time, my thoughts were, what was the purpose of arguing on FaceTime? Now that Zoe shared this information with me, the puzzle pieces came together at a rapid pace. Zoe did have something to do with the Bolton situation. He may have even been the mastermind. Was that why he wanted to be our friends the following semester? So he could get close to see how much we knew? Another thought then smacked me like a freight train. It was Zoe stealing Bolton's the whole time. That is why the last robbery was so smooth in and out. That is also why my stash was never touched. Zoe had more respect for me, and he saw how I reacted when my weed was stolen. These thoughts were all logical, but I could not prove them. I thought that the person who stole the weed was Juice because I saw the lack of respect he showed Bolton. Zoe saw that moment too. He may have confirmed in his mind that Bolton was soft and an easy target. These accusations were too devastating to say without concrete proof, so I didn't say anything about the puzzle that had been put together in my mind. It was now on my final day of the semester. I would be returning home that day as soon as my older brother said he was there to get me. Early that morning, I went to Nikki's room to have sex a few times because she would be in Chicago soon and I would be in Memphis. We had very erotic and passionate sex. Once we were done, Nikki still had work study with the nurse. She asked when my brother was coming so she could say goodbye to me. I expected him to come later that evening, so I told her that I would let her know. I went back to my dorm and Zoe called me to his room. His normal vibe was now saddened. He tried to put on a masculine front, but I could see through it. He was sad about this last day. He then gave me a new pair of pants that he had bought that he couldn't fit. We then headed to my room for one last smoke session. My brother then texted me he would be there in 30 minutes. Damn, I did not expect him to pull up this early. I texted Nikki that I was leaving in the next hour. A few minutes later, she burst through the door, gasping for air. Her nurse job was all the way across campus. She left unannounced because there was no way she would not get a proper goodbye. 10 minutes later, my brother had arrived with my cousin. I was already packed, so all I had to do was load the truck. My brother came into my dorm and I introduced him to Zoe. Zoe was closer to my older brother in age than me. Once the truck was loaded, Zoe gave me his final handshake. My brother told me he would be waiting in the truck as he sensed Nikki and I needed a moment alone. Everything was okay until I went to hug her. She broke down crying to tears immediately. This made me cry as well. Damn, we had almost become connected by the hip. All the time we spent together, I had never thought about having to say goodbye. The uncertainty of us both returning the next semester had become a harsh reality we weren't prepared for emotionally. I realized then how much she really meant to me. All the times I didn't want to commit because I ironically loved her. I had only loved one girl before I came there and vowed that I wouldn't fall in love again. This was not one of my puppy love situations. This was the real deal. Nikki was my baby. Nikki had been telling me all semester she wanted me to come to Chicago. In this moment of tears, I made the commitment I was going to come see her. I wiped her tears from her face and I tried to wash my face to hide. I had just cried my eyes out so my brother and my cousin wouldn't see. Nikki walked out before me, but I did one last check to make sure I got everything. I walked outside to see Nikki standing outside the truck talking to my brother. She had begun crying again. My brother and cousin were trying to comfort her by saying, "It's just a summer, he'll be back." I just looked at her and got in the truck. I knew if I hugged her again, my tears would fall. We drove off and I watched her through the window. She gave me a hand wave bye and it crushed me. 2 tears shed and I hid my face to wipe them discreetly. We got a mile down the street before Nikki called my phone. I answered and she told me she left her keys in my bag by accident. I told my brother to turn around so we could return them. We pulled up and she came to the back window to get the keys. She grabbed them and didn't want to look me in the eye. She was trying to be strong this time. When she turned to walk away, her head dropped more and more. I saw this was no accident. She was having a very hard time letting me go. My cousin and brother began making jokes about what I had done to her to have her crazy over me like that. It was too much and too deep to explain, so I just laughed with them. We drove for good this time and headed back to my city.